Oh, oh.
Everybody's laughing in the world. Rumors spreading about this other girl. Do you do what you did when you did with me? Does she love you the way I can? Did you forget all the plans that you made with me? 'Cause baby, I didn't. That should be me, holding your hand. That should be me, making you laugh. That should be me, this is so sad. That should be me, that should be me. That should be me, feeling your kiss. That should be me, buying you gifts. This is so wrong, I can't go on till you believe that that should be me. That should be me. Said you needed a little time for my mistakes. It's funny how you use that time to have me replaced. Did you think that I wouldn't see you out at the movies? What you're doing to me, you're taking her where we used to go. Now if you're trying to break my heart, it's working 'cause you know that should be me, holding your hand. That should be me, making you laugh. That should be me, this is so sad. That should be me, that should be me. That should be me, feeling your kiss. That should be me, buying you gifts. This is so wrong, I can't go on till you believe that that should be me. I need to know, should I fight for love or disarm? It's getting harder to shield the pain in my heart. That should be me, holding your hand. That should be me, making you laugh. That should be me, this is so sad. That should be me, that should be me. That should be me, feeling your kiss. That should be me, buying you gifts. This is so wrong, I can't go on till you believe that that should be me. Holding your hand, oh, and making you laugh. Me, oh,
I don't wanna fall asleep or pass away. I wish that I could change it, I wish that I could stay. Things would be different if I could stay awake, but death has grabbed a hold of me, he's pulling me away. A cup of coffee from my head, but I won't make it out this bed. I hope I go to heaven, so I see you once again. Hold on tight, I'll be gone before you know it. Our love is everlasting, even if I never show it. I'm fading away, oh, I'm fading too fast. It's really a shame that our story won't last. I know I can't go back and see you again. It sucks, that's all. And
don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed. And I don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed. And I promise that one day I'll feel fine. And I promise that one day I'll feel alright. And I'll make a cup of coffee with the right amount of sugar, how you like it. And I'll make a cup of coffee with the right amount of sugar, how you like it. How you like it.
don't know how long I'll stay for. It's okay, I'll knock on your door. Won't you come down and get me? I like it when you hold me tight. Make me feel nice. The green in your eyes makes me feel warm inside.
And I'll make a cup of coffee with the right amount of sugar, how you like it. And I'll make a cup of coffee with the right amount of sugar, how you like it. How you like it.
I'm going under in this time. I feel there's no one to save. This all and nothing really got away, it's driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall. You're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under in this time. I feel there's no one to turn to. This all and nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. Now I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall. You're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug.
Was it an accident? I guess not. It concentrated me to the exclusion of everything else. It was like a drug.
What's everything else?
It's always you. If I'm ever gonna fall in love, I know it's gonna be you. It's you. It's always you. Met a lot of people, but nobody feels like you. So please don't break my heart. Don't tear me apart. I know how it starts. Trust me, I've been broken before. Don't break me again. I am delicate. Please don't break my heart. Trust me, I've been broken before. I've been broken. I know how it feels to be open and find out that your love isn't real. I'm still hurting. I'm hurting inside. I'm so scared to fall in love, but if it's you, then I'll try. It's always you. If I'm ever gonna fall in love, I know it's gonna be you. It's you. It's always you. Met a lot of people, but nobody feels like you. So please don't break my heart. Don't tear me apart. I know how it starts. Trust me, I've been broken before. Don't break me again. I am delicate. Please don't break my heart. Trust me, I've been broken before. No, I'm not the best at choosing lovers. We both know my past speaks for itself. If you don't think that we're right for each other, then please don't let history I'm ever gonna fall in love, I know it's gonna be you. It's you, it's always you. Met a lot of people, but nobody feels like you. So please don't break my heart, don't tear me apart. I know how it starts, trust me, I've been broken before. Don't break me again, I am delicate. Please don't break my heart, trust me, I've been broken before.
I'm at a party I don't wanna be at, and I don't ever wear a suit and tie. Wondering if I can sneak out the back. Nobody's even looking me in my eyes. Then you take my hand, finish my drink, say, shall we dance? Hell yeah. You know I love you, did I ever tell you? You make it better like that. Don't think I fit in at this party. Everyone's got so much to say. I always feel like I'm nobody. Who wants to fit in anyway? 'Cause I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. Yeah, you're making me feel like maybe I am somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. 'Cause I don't care, long as you just hold me near. You can take me anywhere. You're making me feel like I'm loved by somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. We're at a party we don't wanna be at. Trying to talk but we can't hear ourselves. With your lips I'd rather kiss them right back. With all these people all around, I'm crippled with anxiety, but I'm told it's where I'm supposed to be. You know what? It's kinda crazy 'cause I really don't mind when you make it better like that. Don't think we fit in at this party. Everyone's got so much to say. Yeah. When we walked in, I said I'm sorry, but now I think that we should stay. 'Cause I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. Yeah, you're
Take me to the rooftop. I wanna see the world when I stop breathing, turning blue. Tell me love is endless. Don't be so pretentious. Leave me like you do. If you need me, you will not see me. You better hurry, 'cause I'm leaving soon. Sorry, can't save me now. Sorry, I don't know how. Sorry, there's no way out. But down, taste of me, these salty tears on my cheek. It's what a year-long headache does to you. I'm not okay, I feel so.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, participants, speakers, and also the committee of the International Summer Course. How are you today?
Fine.
Yes.
Mbak Grace.
Fine.
Yes, I hope all of you are feeling good and ready to go to our third day today. So for a bit of ice breaking and just for our mood booster today, can all participants type in the chat box where you are and what time is it there? So please type in the chat box where you are now and what time is it there. So we have Kuala Lumpur, it's 10 a.m. Indonesia, 9:01. The Philippines, it's 10 a.m. there. Yes, anybody else outside of KL and Philippines and Indonesia? Anywhere? Even outside Asian, probably? ASEAN, sorry, Southeast Asia. Anybody else? Philippines, 10 a.m. So we are mostly more or less in the same time zones. So then good morning is probably an appropriate way. So welcome everyone. We will begin our session today, our third day of the summer course. And now we already have the speakers and the moderator for today. We will have a full schedule until this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Indonesia time, so probably 3:30 in KL and the Philippines. And as for today, we will have two sessions before the lunch break. And before that, may I remind you, for all the participants, don't forget to fill the registration form that has been sent by the committee yesterday. And in the fourth day of the International Summer Course, there will be an assignment, an asynchronous assignment for the participants to do and to obtain their certificate for this summer course. So for today, we already have our speakers and moderator. For this session, we have Mr. Luhung Ahmad Perguna, who is already here with us, I think.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
here.
Good morning, Mas Luhung.
Good
So
morning.
before I hand the session to you, let me just introduce you briefly to the participants. So Luhung Ahmad Perguna is one of the lecturers in our sociology department, Faculty of Social Science. He obtained his bachelor degree in sociology from 11 March University in Indonesia, and Master of Arts in Sociology from Gajah Mada University in Indonesia. He is now the head of the research cluster, one of the research clusters in Sociology department, and the cluster is Communication, Culture, and Development. So then I will hand in the screen and the time to you, Mr. Luhung.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mbak Chris, for giving me the time to conduct as a moderator today. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Very good morning today. Boy Santotlan, Magandang Umaga. Boy Santotlan is Vietnam language, and Magandang Umaga is good morning for Philippine. I do apologize if there is a misspelling. Okay. How are you today? I hope that you are all in a good day and still enthusiastic till the end of the session today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will be your moderator of today's summer course in the third day. I'm very pleased to see all of the participants today and welcome all of you to this summer course. Prof. Jason Malina said, Mabohai. Mabohai to you all of you all. Okay, currently we have 70 people are still present here. Maybe I have the number continues to grow. In this session, actually we have two speakers. The first speaker is I call her Mbak Lia. Mbak is a term for woman in Indonesia, so I call her Mbak Lia. Is Mbak Lia here? Mbak Lia? Oh yeah, thank you, Mbak Lia. Okay, before Mbak Lia present her presentation today, I will read his curriculum vitae briefly. Miss Mbak Lia Putrinda Anggawa Mukti is one of founding members of the Bakti Alam Sedang Biru Foundation, which is conservation non-governmental organization with the CMC, Celungup Mangrove Conservation, Tigawana Ecotourism Business Unit with the best management based on community-based ecotourism. She is also a local youth who contributes to improving human resource in Sedang Biru Village. In addition to being the founding board of the Bakti Alam Sedang Biru Foundation from 2040 to the present. For your information also, to all participants, Miss Lia, Mbak Lia has the following award history. The best I think is in inspirational youth feature Kick Andy Metro TV Talk Show 2017. For your information, Kick Andy is one of the best talk show program in Indonesia with inspirational Indonesia. Okay, now we go to Mbak Lia, time and screen for you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Is my voice clear, Pak Luhung? You hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mbak Lia.
Thank you.
I hear your voice.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Luhung. Good morning, all of the participants. To be grateful in this morning, I'm be a part of the good vibes in second University of Malang event. And then today, 10 August is also be a National Nature Conservation Day. Today is also National Nature Conservation Day. It's held by Indonesian government, as you know. So here, maybe 1 hour, I have a time to sharing, and also I just want to learning. I just want to learning from all of you because I still learn every time that I have. And thank you, Pak Luhur, to be my partner. And thank you all for your time here. And let me start with the video first. Maybe Pak Luhur can help me to show the video.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
How odd that the most intellectual creature ever to walk the planet is destroying its only home. It's the women who look after the children. It's the women who've been tilling the fields. It's the women who've been feeding the family. I think educating girls is a very, very important part of tackling climate change. It's not too late. We've got this window of time, and there's something that every person can do. It's your determination, your intelligence, your enthusiasm that keep me going. And that's what makes me absolutely sure that we will get through this crisis that we're in right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your help. Who is woman here? Raise your hand. Yeah, women can do something for our nature, and it's not too late to have a collaboration with a man. Yes, we're going to my slide, Pak. Yeah, at the video, it's my collaboration with the international women leaders, and we're talking about how to build a moral support when we work on a forest conservation. And me, and I'm here, I'm a local people of Sendang Biru Village. As you know, Sendang Biru Village located on Malang Kabupaten. It's mean district of Malang. And we live on East Java, especially Indonesia. And CMC Tiga Warna, I'm right at that slide. It's a place to learn. Before this one, sir, yeah. CMC Tiga Warna is a place to learn how to manage a sustainable life. And we can manage a sustainable life with action to conserve mangrove, coastal forests, and coral reefs with a responsibility and sustainability management. Thank you, University of Malang, give me a chance to share in this session about mangrove conservation. And of course, we're talking about resilience and sustainable tourism. Okay, in this picture, this is a Tiga Warna beach. Maybe some of you have done to visit, but if the others not yet to visit, yeah, we can collaboration at the next. Okay, we're going to second slide. Yeah, at the first, as you know, we're starting from environmental issues. And then at the first, the empowerment in CMC Gawana tourism was not indeed for tourism. So at the first time, we are not talking about the tourism because we have so large damages area of mangrove. We have 81 hectare. Yeah, we have 81 hectare damaged mangrove of at CMC. So we also finding a fact about other damages coastal ecosystem. It's about coastal forest also damaged 99.9 hectare, and also the coral reef also damaged 12 hectare. And then we find also local awareness to protect natural resources also less. So my local people, we are here before 2005, be a destroyer of the natural resources. And then for especially this village, the name is Tambak Rejo, also has a potential in fishery business. There are a national port here and also be a national for the big port, and then for the quality of fishery catch like a fish and everything, tuna, you can find here. We work from 2005 until 2013. It's been a big challenging for us here. We just work with 6 people, my senior generation. And now from 2014 until 2020, we work with the four generation, and I'm being the 2nd generation. And for the data, we have done to plant and restore mangrove forest, 77.7 hectare area. So we just have 3.3 hectare that not be done to plant. And we have also here 27.7 hectare coastal forest is also done to protect and always control in 24 hours. We have also 10 hectare marine protected area, and we just have 2 hectare. It's not be done to protect. We still work together to protect it. And there is a chance, there is a change behavior. There is also change in behavior from destroyer people to be a protector. So my team in the social environmental issues, now they are be a protector. Now they are be a local guide, be a local protector of the mangrove, the coral. At the past, at the story, they being okay, I do illegal logging. I do a potassium and everything to damage the coral. I'm really appreciate this changing behavior of local people and changing behavior of local awareness. So at the last, community empowerment is expanding, and many community groups act to protect local resource to increase their well-being. As you know at the picture, bapak-bapak, local people at 2013 plant a mangrove, and then also at 2013 also we do diving with the local diver also to identify what is our potential, what is our threat, and then what is our chance. And CMC principle is about 3. The first is ecology, and then the second is social, and then the last is about economy. It's forbidden to change. We should put the ecology at the first principle. When the ecology good, we also follow the goodness also. Next. Yeah, happiness standard. I believe that all of you have a happiness standard. So at the CMC, we also have it. And happiness standard is not about number of visitors as you know, as a tourism destination. But our happiness standard is about the quality of natural and social resource of community. So when we're talking about it, we should have a program, we should have a master plan to keep the balance of natural resources and community. From the data, we have the highest visitor number in 2016 is about 84%, and the data with income is 1.2 million. So it will be a challenge for us when so many visitors come. Based on number and income, it's so amazing. And we still focus to improve the quality of management system until we work at 2019 visitors number to be the less than before, and then the income to be increased than before. So this is a fact. This is data, and from this data we know that less people will bring a good income with the quality of system. At the photo, okay, you know we work with also the children. We share our awareness. We have groups of local kids. The name is Sidolan, Sinau Lan Dolanan. Sidolan, it's mean in English, learn. Learn. Let me help Pak Lukum. Learn and
Playing.
sharing.
Playing.
Yeah, learn and playing. Yeah.
Playing.
Sinau Lan Dolanan. Sidolan is the Japanese name. Sinau is learning. Dolanan is playing. So CMC being a big laboratory for all of you to learning about our coastal ecosystem, and also playing in the beach, playing with a little crab, playing with a fish. So you know in the nature what you know in the phone. You know in the phone is about SpongeBob, maybe Mr. Crab, SpongeBob and Mr. Crab, but in CMC and in this speech, you know the real of them, and to be grateful to be a part of this movement. And you know, also we do coral reef transplantation with the young people and also with all of community. Next. Yeah. In this slide, I want to show you about our priority is happiness all. Our priority is happiness of all human and environment. And we have a system to keep balance. When you are boring, please come to CMC Tiga Warna. And then inside of CMC, you can healing and you can learning. You can healing yourself. You can inhale and exhale freely at mangrove forest. Imagine that you can recharge your oxygen, not only your phone, because we have a specialist system. And also we can learning about our ecosystem at the coastal with a local guide. And then also we can sharing what you know and what we know. That's a reason why I take a picture of when you're boring, please come to CMC and we can healing and learning together. And for the spatial system, to keep the balance, I read some of them. The first is we do a carrying capacity. We do a limited visitors. We manage the time and we manage the number of visitors. Special for Tiga Warna Beach, as you know, you will explore Tiga Warna just for 2 hours. After 2 hours, you are check in, you should check out, and then you can explore the other beach at CMC. We have 5. So the name is Celungup, Gatra, Sapana Mini, Batu Pecah, and Tiga Warna. The famous one is Tiga Warna Beach. I think Pak Luhung and the lecturer of University of Malang have gone to visit, ya Pak?
Yeah.
And also, thank you for University of Malang. We have a agreement. We have a MOU to learning, to share, to healing. Not only about the coastal quality, but we're talking about also the cars. We're also talking about sumber mata air. What is in English sumber mata air, Pak?
Water resources.
Water resources and everything, especially with the social FISIP, yeah, social faculty in University of Malang. Thank you. We work together to make a quality increase. And for the second, our system is about we are close when we have in 1 week we are close once at a Thursday, and then we also close the destination twice when Idul Fitri. Idul Fitri is Muslim Day, and then we also have a closing session at the end of the years, Natal and Tahun Baru. So Idul Fitri and Natal Tahun Baru is a high season for us. We decide to close because we want to support the recovery of this nature. That's the first point. For the second, we want to share the other income, the other benefit to the other destination, because CMC Tiga Warna is a tourism site. So we just do a limited space. We just talking about a quality of ecology. So when the high season comes, it will be a high risk also for us here when we don't have a good management. But our challenge is 7 years close time is happen. It's about 7 years, but all of the visitor allowed this system. Now they ask to CMC about, okay, I can pay the more budget to be your volunteer when you are close. So it will be our homework. It will be our work also with the University of Malang to manage to manage their one. We can do a collaboration. And then we also have a visitor waste management. Especially today, I should say about waste management, but I just can share my practice for the visitor management, but I want to talking large about our system at CMC, not only about waste management. Special for visitor waste management, we do it at 2014. As you know, participant, our challenge is so big because Indonesian people, when come to the beach, they just want to relax. They just want to bring everything that they have, especially plastic and everything. But at the CMC, we want to share about responsibility. What you bring, it's your responsibility. What you bring, it's mine. It's my responsibility, not yours. So I will show you the picture. At the sea, so many rubbish without you comes. So when a visitor comes, we are not manage the waste. We are not manage the waste. It will be a challenge, big challenge, bad challenge for our nature. At the fourth, the system is local people. Local people here is a hero. They are a champion. So who is the owner of this movement? Yeah, local people is the answer. There be a local guide. There be also lifeguard, leader in groups, and also owner in homestay and everything. Next. Yeah, this is our some awards. we received an award. Yeah, you can read it. We have a popular and cleanest destination coming from Ministry of Tourism 2016. It's coming from our practice to manage the waste, and it's coming from also appreciation for the government, because our system coming from our local initiative. CMC Tiga Warna also being learning place to from the government to manage the coastal. We also receive a Kalpataru Indonesia for my senior. It's coming from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, coming from our before and after when we work in mangrove forest and the coastal. It's also have done to make a journal. University also help us to produce journal. They write about our carbon absorbing, our carbon absorbing coming from our mangrove. There are 3,000 ton per 46 hectare carbon absorbed that can be do with mangrove of CMC. We also get a President Award at 2017. Special for me is social entrepreneurship. So I work in a forest conservation, but forest also give me something as award. The award you can read by yourself, and it's not be our target. It's not be our main goals, but our main goals is about changing behavior of local people, and also the green and blue environment, the balancing of the harmony of us as a human and nature. Next. Okay, please be focused on this picture. We can see about the fact this about the rabbits. The left picture is about our rabbits in the beach. When you see Tiga Warna, always clear, always good photo, but at the fact also we have this. So in this session, I will share it to you. Maybe we can do a collaboration to manage. This is organic waste, organic rubbish. So when the rain season comes, I think this is a gift. This is a special gift coming from you at the city, or maybe coming from the other people at the other side of Indonesia. We also have big chance with a left picture, a right picture is about pampers. It's a baby diapers, and then everything plastic and organic also comes. As you know, Tiga Warna is a location for conservation of coral. So when they comes, we just can to make a clean with our manual method. Maybe from this session, I get some inspiration, or maybe participant that can help us to share your knowledge or to share your skill to manage this waste. Next. Yeah, we said about collaboration. As you know, this also their visitor help us to put the rubbish, and then all of them also will help us to manage the waste. And the one picture is our collaboration with the international school coming from Green School Bali. They also help us to make eco-friendly materials. So when we talk about CMC, we will do a collaboration in all of part environment issue. We also take a responsibility of waste. We just can do a minimization. And then for the second, we also have a learning module for environmental education. I think University Malang also help us to create it. And the third, we have also solar panel. We just have solar panel to supply our lamp, our electric needed. So we're talking about clean energy in environment. We also make eco-friendly materials, as you know, for the building and everything. Oh, sorry, that not be done to transit. Pengelolaan zonasi kawasan. It's mean we have a management, a special management for the visitors. So when you are parking with your car, you should stop at the first point. When you have your motor, you can go inside, but you should stop at the parking area. All of the visitors should be walking to make yourself healthy and make your mind refreshed. And especially you will charge your oxygen inside. And also CMC being a research station for coastal system. We do with University of Malang until now. Yeah, next. We also do a collaboration with the visitors. There are local guide with a yellow uniform. They always accompany the visitors. They always give on socialization about our system, about what they need to help, and then what we can do as a collaboration. We also do. We also have Pak Luhung, please help me in English. Asbak, what is in English?
The place
Asbak.
for smoke.
Yes, ashtray.
Rubbish, yeah.
Yeah, I think when you smoke, the main people, when you smoke, you will have a filter one. So at the second picture, at the center picture, you can see our guide used the ashtray, asbak. Sorry, asbak. Asbak always in yourself, near with you, because the guide also wants to socialize about, please, when you are smoke, don't throw your rubbish, your smoke at the water on everything. Please keep it by yourself. And then our reason is about when the turtle eat it, when the turtle eat the your smoke, it will be a poison. It will be bad for their life. So from the small thing, we make eco-friendly system. We have it. So we also collaboration with the other young people to make alternative bag to replacement the plastic. The next Bapak. Yeah. Sorry, there are motor. So maybe it's not comfort for you. In this slide, I will show you about checking system. Yeah, we always do for all of the visitors, for all of the people comes. We do it at 2015, so it means 7 years. We want to care and we want to protect and we want to act from the small thing to be a global solution for this nature. And then checking system, our will be a personal responsibility. My rubbish is always be my responsibility, not yours. And when we count, when you are check in, we will count your how many bottle do you bring. We have the checklist form, how many snack you bring, how many the other rubbish we will count. And when you check out, we will check again. We will check. We will ask you, the moms, ibu-ibu will ask you about, okay, your bottle is about 10, so you should show us 10 bottle. So when you lost the bottle, when you lost a rubbish, there are 2 punishment. Sorry, we're talking about punishment. Choose one. The first punishment is about looking for replacement trash or rubbish. You will going back to the beach and then you can searching for the other unorganic rubbish as your replacement. If you don't want to do going inside, you will get a punishment, pay 100 rupiah, 100 rupiah per item loss, 100.000 rupiah per satu item sampah yang hilang. So when 7 years we do this system, we never get 100,000 rupiah per item loss. All of the visitors should be done. They are okay with this system. And for the maximum punishment, they just going inside for looking the other unorganic rubbish. Okay, next. Yeah, will be my last presentation. I just asked to all of you for who we are living for. For who we are living for. I think all of you have kids, have a young generation. The answer is our living just for them, and we should give a good. We can give a good things to them, not a bad things. And let's take care of each other. We can collaboration in everything that we can do. And maybe now is the time to me to learn to hear about your experience. At the last presentation, Pak. Yeah. Salam konservasi. They are my proudly team at CMC, and we proud to be a local action. Our local is contribute for our global solution. Okay, thank you. We love me and CMC team. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mbak Lia. Salamat, come on ban. Thank you for Mbak Lia presentation today. I am very interested with the term and like a sitolan, and then the one rubbish is 1,000 rupiah. How many? 100.000 ya. I think it's not wrong, and I'm interested. Yeah. I think when we talk about rubbish, it is a big problem, not only for tourism object, I think, but also this is the problem for all. If you want a healing and learning at the same time, please come to CMC, I think. Yeah. I think the presentation and video delivered at the beginning encourage us to get moving. Environmental issue is a reality in our midst, and we are also part of it. So it's never too late to make the change, because we are all here is agent of change. But not only agent of change, but also we can change ourselves. Yeah. Alhamdulillah, there are many questions here. I will read for you, Mbak Lia. There are three questions, I think. The first from Miss Amira Hamid. How does the local react to the beach closure on high season period? Because for some people, public holiday is the only time they have to relax and go to the beach. Yeah, how the reaction for the local people? Because yeah, they don't have any time. They have time only in the high season. So
Yeah.
what do you think about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak, for the question.
Mbak
And
Amira, Miss
Mbak
Amira Hamid.
Yeah, Miss Amira. For the local people, at the first, they also ask the same question as you. But now we have a agreement with them because we just focus on our management. When we talking about high season, we also have a weekend, we also have a weekdays. So we focus to make a socialization to the visitors to just come on the weekdays before we are closed. So we also ask your collaboration to make your schedule. Please, you don't come at the high season. It means you protect our coastal. That our socialization main point that we share. For the local people, they just have enough time to do their own schedule to with their family. When we talking about our ecosystem, we're talking about your quality time with your family. So for the groups, it's okay. You can help your special day. And for the visitors, you can share about, yeah, don't come when we close. You not come, but you also can contribute to our CMC. Please come to the other place that you want, so we can hear what they want. Okay, I want to snorkeling. What is your recommended place? Same with CMC. Yeah, we give the other destination. Okay, you can visit Banyu Anjlok. You can visit the other destination. Seems like this. So we can talking in deep to get a solution.
Yeah. I got the
think-
point.
Yeah.
Miss Amira, is there any feedback? If you want to give some feedback for Mbak Lia or Miss Lia, you can give directly, or maybe you can write down on the chat box. Yeah. So how to make a balance, Mbak Lia, between making happiness for all people and making environment clean at the same time? How to make a balance this? Is it quite hard? How to make what did you do to make balancing?
What did we do here? We just have a coffee. We just have a coffee. We just have a time to hear, to share what they want to hear, to learning about everything what a local society want with CMC. So to keep a balance, just provide a coffee, just provide a time to hear, and then don't give your egoistic, egoistic tujuan pribadi ya. As a okay, I am a professional. I am a conservationist. I am work in a forest conservation. You should be me. That's forbidden to do in a society. So just share with a coffee, with a cup of coffee, or maybe with ibu-ibu that have a gossip time. Yeah. That's our method to keep a balance. So we also make a collaboration with the faculty, like a lecturer and every academic people, to make the real data to support us. When we say with the government or when we say with a special group, not only what we say, but what you can read from this, from the journal or everything based on research. So it will be our support system to make a sustainability.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Lia. I
Yeah.
think coffee is important one. Yeah. This is the tools for tools for diplomatic and communication between communicant and communicator, I think. Yeah. There is a question again from Miss Christine Mendoza in the chat box. Do they inform or encourage local and foreign tourists to not use single-use plastic, be able to manage and observe a more clean and clean environment in the said local tourist spot destination? Mbak Lia, from Miss Christine Mendoza. Yeah. Still mute your.
Oh ya, oke.
Yeah.
Karena sedikit memahami pertanyaan. Can you help me in translate in Indonesia, Pak Luhung?
Yeah. Okay. I will chat. Maybe go to the next question first, and then you can ask from Mr. Douglas Bolton.
Yes.
Where would the 100,000 rupiah fine per lost rubbish item be allocated or applied to if it were collected?
Okay.
100,000 rupiah that you get from the tourist, local tourism or maybe for tourists. Yeah.
We allocated 100,000 rupiah for our conservational activity. We also have a big homework on food forests. And when we work at food forests, it's at the coastal, we should make organic pupuk organic. We also make pupuk organic. We also allocated the money for the conservation activity. We don't make the money for the coffee bag. Still for conservation, because we should buy materials to keep balance the sustainability of conservation.
Okay. So for conservation, the 1,000 rupiah, this is for conservation.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question from Mr. Suhadi Mahasan, or maybe from Mr. Douglas Bolton. There is a feedback, so you can write down in the chat box, or maybe you can share directly in this screen. From Mr. Suhaidi, if not wrong. In my hometown, we have problem with rubbish. Yeah, I think rubbish is the big issue, not only for tourism object that I said before. At the coastal area, because of the business activities such as night market, could you suggest maybe you can give a suggestion, some solution toward this issue for rubbish, Mr. Mbak Lia?
Yeah. Night market, could you suggest some solution? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Talking about the rubbish and what the solution for the rubbish. Don't wait other people do this system. Just do by yourself, because when you want to feel the real heaven, you can make it. You can feeling by yourself. So at the same times, when we just socialize to the other people, but in yourself you are not do this, so it will be like a hanya berlalu. It just pace away. But what the solution just coming from yourself. Please be the example. Please be the leaders. If you done with yourself to do this, you will meet with the other people with the one mission, the same mission, the same
vision. The same vision.
So when you meet with all of them, you will do the big things, I think. And now in this session, I think this is will be our good time to start to start our movement special on the rabies, because the government also said about it. In big forum also said about rabies, but just wait, just talking, not action about it. So we should make a simple act for the rabies management.
Yeah. So take a part. Being a part of this rabies is a problem for all. So we must take a part and then we must change.
Yeah.
Isn't it, Mbak Lia?
Yes, that's good, Pak. Or maybe at the faculty, maybe you can make one rules to manage the rabies of mahasiswa, rabies of the students. Sorry, it's so difficult to say in English.
What do you want to say?
Yeah, maybe at the university you can make one rules to manage the waste of mahasiswa or lecture, Pak. Gitu maksud saya. We can
yeah. I got the point. The group or the team with the same vision, but more clear with how to manage. Yeah, thank you, Mbak Lia. I want to clear the question from Miss Christine Mendoza. How to what is it? You can tell me in this screen the socialization, how to socialize to tourists about your program, to make the tourism object more clear, or the coastal area clear.
Okay, thank you, Pak Luhung. We do all of the way to we do all of the way to socialize. We have a social media, we have a YouTube channel, we have a informal activity, we have a fun social media also. But the key is about when the visitors come, please share your awareness, share your good vibes to what is our vision, what is our mission. When they have their certification, where they have their experience here, they will share to the other people. So the best partner is visitor for us. When we're looking for the past, we will not done our protection forest for mangrove when we not do a collaboration with all of visitors who help us. All of you. Who help us is all of the visitors. Who is the main of this changing behavior? Yeah, all of us. So we just can memaksimalkan one second for us is the something special to make a movement.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Maybe you can share at the chat box, Mbak Lia, your Instagram or maybe your CMC Instagram or social media. Maybe the participant can follow and then can participate. Important because the world is flat, isn't it? So with social media, it's quite easy to share between like a Philippines and Indonesia, CMC and other places. Yeah, it's very interesting, Mbak Lia. Is there any question? Do you want a participant here to give a question directly to Mbak Lia? It would be nice if I hear some participant here to share their experience about managing of coastal area or managing a tourism object or something like that. Maybe is there any participant who want to say something here? It would be very, very nice. Is there? Okay. How many person, Mbak Lia? I want to know, but in the CMC, is only local people, or and how to make how to invite them, to follow your group, your program, and they are happy to follow this program or your this group, CMC group. I mean,
Okay, thank you, Pak Luhur.
Sometimes it's quite hard, you know. It's quite hard to invite people to follow, and then to make one vision with with one vision to share, and then to what is it to make an environment more good and more clear, I think, Maria.
Yeah. At the CMC, we have 120% as a direct hero, direct movement here. But for the others, we have more than 8,000 people, because we focus on the other activity to protect. We have a leader. So when we said about a movement, I think all of you have the theory, but in the local, we should adaptive with the local condition. So we get 5,000 more impression for the person. We work on the other activity of protection. Yeah, the key is about make the leader, found the leader that can be the agent of movement, and then me just can be I can just be just on the back, masih Pak di belakang layar, the back scene. The back scene can be spread the good vibe to protect. I think we're just not talking about CMC. I have a dream there are the other CMC at the other part, especially in Indonesia, especially in Philippines or maybe in Malaysia. Let's we start, let's we continue, let's we share, and we can learn together. That's the method, Pak. That's the way.
Yeah, is there any challenges when you invite them in the beginning, when you build your community? Is there any challenging? We want to know. Sometimes, of course, there is a challenge. Yeah.
Of course, because when we work at the forest, especially for women, we just think about in the morning for the management time. In the morning, we should cooking and everything. We should okay with our schedule, and then going to the forest of the mangrove with the man and so many people. That's for the personal challenge, but for the other challenge, I trust the system should be the new system for the other people when they want to check in with the when they want to explore with walking. I think Philippine people or maybe international people accept the system, but for Indonesian people, okay, it's comfort when I walk at a mall or what's it, indoor. There are air conditioner and everything inside, but when we walk at the nature, I think it's be a new system for us in Indonesia. But I think we should start the new system to protect the nature, because we as a human just come for a while in this world. Just come for a while in this world and we will gone. Okay, so we should take a balance of harmony, nature, and us as a human. That's a big challenge part here.
Okay, I see. Yeah, the big challenge is about the rule, especially for women. As you said before, because the rule, the domestic rule, and the other rules, the public rule, I think, like a double burden. In the domestic rule, they must cooking, and then try to try to do something for their family. At the same time, they also give something to your community, to CMC, yeah, to the organization. This is for female, I think, for a woman. How about for men? Is there any challenges? Because at the first time, your CMC is almost woman, isn't it? Or how many for women and then for men? I think it's important also to
90% is men and women just 10%. And then for bapak-bapak always have a challenge here because they be a head of the family, so they should like give money or maybe feeding the family with the all of they needed. But when we work at the first to protect the mangrove, we just do our social program. We're not talking about a business. We're not talking about the money. So you can imagine how challenged we are. 10 years, 10 until 11 years, we do a social project. And starting for 2014, I make a system for ecotourism. Now, coming from 2014, yeah, we can make automatic teller machine, I think. Automatic teller machine like a ATM like this to balancing. Okay, this is my social project. This is a business project. The donator, the helper here, the subject is the visitors. Help us to create, okay, bapak-bapak can, men can feeding their family. The women can do their activity to protect. The visitors can healing and learning inside. The faculty, the university can make also collaboration with us.
So, Mbak Lia, it's open for any collaboration from many countries, especially in the summer coast, from Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, and then Kyrgyzstan, if I'm not wrong, and the other countries in the world, especially in Asia. So, Mbak Lia, I think invite for you all to come and learn together. I think not from Mbak Lia, but to learn together about how to conduct and how to manage a coastal area, mangrove coastal area. I think, yeah.
I think not learning together.
Yeah, this is
I think just healing together.
So what is it?
Healing together.
Okay. Yeah.
Refreshing.
You said sidolan. Sidolan is meant learning and playing at the same time. So when we are learning, it's also we are playing.
Yes.
So we call it here in in our language healing, but not especially healing in psychological term, but healing in Indonesian term.
Yes.
It's quite different. Yeah. There is a question from Fatin Nabila from University of Kuala Lumpur. What is the type of species, plant or animal can be found at CMC Group conservation area?
Okay, thank you.
Plant or animal?
Yeah, specific question, yeah, Pak, for the flora and fauna.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mbak. Thank you, Mbak Fatin Nabila. We have done to identify the mangrove. We have more than 14 species here. We have a book special for mangrove CMC. We helped by the, I think, University of Malang, so especially geography faculty. We helped by the faculty to identify it. And for the others, flora, the other ecosystem, we have also coastal species. We have like a native forest with a local tree. We also have the special bird for the coastal, burung mangrove. We call it as a burung mangrove, but sorry, I forget the species name. We have done it to identify Maybe when you need it to just know or to learn, I can share it to you. And for the kucing bakau is what in English, Pak? Kucing bakau is like
Wow, it's quite
kucing bakau is like
cat in the coastal area.
Yeah. We found it also kucing bakau.
Like
Kucing bakau seems with cheetah, I think. But living on the mangrove, we also have it. So it can be indicators when the local ecosystem going to be good.
So is it wild animal or is it wild animal? Like you said, kucing bakau or like a cat, like a cheetah maybe. Yeah.
Kucing bakau is wild animal here. Wild animal.
Wow.
We also have a eagle, Java eagle, turn around between Sempu Island and Tiga Warna.
Yeah, so this is like an indicator that the mangrove area on the coastal cat and then what is it? Other animals come to this place. Yeah, I think there's an important question from Miss Amira. I think I have an important question. Does CMC team accept intern or trainee? Oh yeah.
Okay, Miss Amira, with my pleasure, please come and then we can learning together. Don't say about training. It's like a serious method to learn. Yeah, we accept it. Bye.
Is there any intern or trainee at your CMC before? Maybe you can tell, and then maybe there is a student here for the following project. They want come to your country, to our country, and then learn together in CMC. Maybe you can tell about the previous CMC team, especially for Tank.
Okay. We have at the past we have done to make a collaboration with some of programs, special in management, I think, Pak. So when we talking about it, we should know about how society can make a movement and then how to protect a coastal with some management with this management. And until now, we have a learning together, I think. Learning together, not training together. Learning together from the others volunteer. We also have a volunteer here. What you can do for CMC, what can CMC do for you? We can change like this. For the topic, I think mangrove, protection, sustainability, resilience, and many more.
Yeah. This is the answer, Miss Amira. Yeah, is there any question again from the audience, from the participant here? Yeah, it would be very nice if there is a person or a participant who can share directly the screen to see and then to share your experience, especially in environmental issue. I think there because Is there any question, please? I think that okay. For I want to share some information, especially for the participant who get like a problem to what is it, to registration link. The committee will be solve the problem as soon as possible because we need for account Universitas Negeri Malang. So maybe the committee will check or will give some information after the session. I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, kucing bakau. It's for like what is it? Like for kucing bakau is new knowledge because I never know about it before. Yeah, kucing bakau. Yeah, this is very unique. I think unique animals for in GMC and in coastal area especially. Yeah. Is it right, Mbak Lia? Kucing
Yeah,
bakau.
that's right. Because when we
I
talking,
try to.
yeah, when we talking with the senior people here, with the local people, with the old people, they say that kucing bakau, uh, they see kucing bakau at maybe 30 years ago. When we said about, okay, kucing bakau comes again, they just say, wow, it's amazing. But for our collaboration, maybe you can help me, or maybe you can share your knowledge, your skill to make a documentation of the movement, like a camera trap or everything, Pak Lukung. We can make collaboration to maybe biology faculty, have identification program to identify with some improvement, pembuktian soal photo and everything, make a video. When we want to identify, please help us. We need.
It's fishing cat. I try to look for an English kucing cat. It's quite what is it danger?
I think no. Wild animal,
Yeah,
but
okay.
danger, because they are on the inside mangrove forest. When we have a patrol, when we have a monitoring, when we have a monitoring session, at the night they going out. At the night or the dark session, they going out.
Wow, so interesting. I think. Yeah. Thank you, but yeah. This is there is a question again from Miss Sari, I think. Who is the environmental awareness of visitor or tourists during visiting this mangrove forest park? From Miss Sari.
It's the environmental awareness. Okay. I can say 90% of the visitors have a good awareness as a visitors or as a tourist. At this time, at 2015 until now, all of them is allowed. All of them have a good awareness. But when we beginning, when we start at 2014 until 2015, there's so many, penolakan.
Rejection.
From the visitors. I think, okay, that's a normal. That's a normal diagram. I think. But now all of them have a good awareness. But so not only consume the tourism activity, but they also have a contribution to plant a mangrove, to maybe have a donation. Okay, I have a money. Please manage to make a forest. We also accept it. You be a adoption mother, you be a father of the mangrove, and also some of group, they also adoption for the coral. Yeah, and then we also give a monitoring report to them, like this part. Have a good.
Yeah. Adoption project. Yeah, adoption project. Wow, this is so interesting, I think. Is there any foreign tourists who adopt something like that? Some, as you said before?
Yes.
Like, yeah.
We have it, Pak, coming from Australia. All of them coming from Australia, and then Singapore. We also work with NUS. I think National University of Singapore always support us, like University of Malang, to send a volunteer. But after pandemic, I think we should make a new system for the foreign volunteer.
Yeah. And how to make responsible to who take adoption?
Okay.
Is there any socialization, or maybe what media do you use it?
Yeah, we just have done to make internal socialization for this part, because we think about it's not only plan. When you want to contribute to this mangrove, you can do also a control and monitoring program. So we are not do a big socialization about adoption, because our land just limited now. We just want to make the others movement at the other village, at the other group. When they are okay with all of the system, we can open again for the adoption mother, of the adoption father for the mangrove tree, like this.
Wow. Yeah, it's very interesting, because when we feel that we are the part of the environment, we'll try to make our environment, better than before. Yeah, the adoption, I think, is the one way for making it. Yeah, I think like that. Is there again who want to share or who want to discuss something that Mbak Lia still here and still in here, so you can communicate after in this time in this session. Is there any question again? Please feel free to share it. Or Mbak Lia, don't forget to share your Instagram or your social media, or maybe Facebook, CMC especially, or maybe for the communication after this session. Maybe some of our participants today in the summer course interesting to be part or to be a trend like intern in your CMC. So I think it's quite interesting if you share your social media, so they can contact after this.
I will write at the chat, ya, Pak.
Yeah. That's good.
Thank you.
Is there? If not, maybe before we go to the next session, to the next speaker, Mbak Lia, will be time for you to closing closing remarks for this session. Closing remark, yeah.
Yeah, Pak Luhung?
Yeah, maybe you can give a closing remarks before we go to the next speaker.
Yes.
We already have Dr. Maimuna here, so time for you.
Yeah, thank you for all participants. It's big amazing session for Bu Sumarmi and all of the lecture of University of Malang. Let's make our real movement to protect our nature, because our future, the good future for the good nature. Like this from me. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Mbak Lia. Good future, good nature. Wow, it's very interesting. Good future and good nature. So we must keep and we must make our nature good. Thank you. And then if you want to contact more detail, there is a CMC 3 Warna at CMC. This is Instagram or Facebook, Ms. Lia?
Instagram, Bapak.
This is Instagram, CMC 3 Warna at Instagram. So you can follow and then you can make a correspondence after this session. Thank you very much, Mbak Lia. Salamat. Thank you very much for your presentation today. I hope we can meet offline after. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mbak Lia. So we'll continue to our next speaker. Wait a minute. To Dr. Maimunah Abdul Aziz. Is there here to Dr. Maimunah?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you clearly. To Maimunah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said Ibu, which is term of Indonesian language. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you, Bu Maimunah. Before we hear and before Bu Maimunah share her presentation, I will introduce briefly who Dr. Maimunah is a lecturer at the tourism section, University Kuala Lumpur Business School. She has graduated from IIUM, International Islamic University, Malaysia, in PhD of World Environment. Her core study area in tourism planning and development, tourism policies, sustainable tourism, Islamic and halal tourism, and tourism research method. She has strong passion in research and development. So besides, Dr. Maimunah is a professional certificate holder for sustainable tourism from the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, and also licensed tourism guide in Malaysia, certified by Minister of Tourism, Art and Culture Malaysia, and also certified World Tourism Guide, volunteer for World Tourism in Klang Valley under the Islamic Outreach. This is a very interesting experience, and Dr. Maimunah will share about his experience about the tourism. Time for you, Maimunah.
Okay, okay, all right. First thing first, I want to make sure is my voice clear?
Very clear.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Okay, so can I share my slide of presentation? So can you see the slide now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I have enlarged the slide. Can you see the slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see.
All right. So for the time being, I can see the chat box. Maybe if there's question raised up from the audience, you can assist me in terms of that. Okay. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, greetings, and good morning to our non-Muslim friends from University Negeri Malang, from the whole Indonesia. Thank you for inviting us and organizing this fantastic, international summer course for us to learn more about the concept of resilience and sustainability in the tourism. And I saw that, and good morning to people in Malaysia, students in Malaysia, our friends in the Philippines. I saw a few days ago, on Monday, I saw yesterday we have friends also from Kyrgyzstan. Okay, good very morning to people in the Kyrgyzstan. Okay, and my name is Maimunah. You can call me Madam Mai or Maimunah or I'm one of the educator staff in University Kuala Lumpur in the field of tourism planning and development. So today I will share with you, all of you, about the university contribution in supporting tourism development. I will share more about the can you see the slide now? Is the slide enlarged already?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Large, not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Still the small one.
Okay, now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So today, the title given to me, and I would like to share about the university contribution to support tourism development, examples from Malaysian universities. Mainly, I will give you and I will show you examples from University Kuala Lumpur, of course, where the place I belongs to. Okay, so if you really see into the theme of this international summer course, is about tourism resilience and sustainability. If we look into the global situation nowadays, every time, everywhere, people talking about sustainability. Maybe resilience is part of it, but people talk about sustainability in almost all plans, economic development. But do we really understand the concept of sustainability? So let us comprehend and understand what is the meaning by the word resilience and what does it mean by the word sustainability. Maybe I missed some of the lecture because I have class 2, okay, but I want to make a clearer explanation about my lecture today in relation to our contribution in the education line. Okay, so resilient, if you look into the concept or the theme of the international summer course, resilience, what does it mean from the word resilient? Imagine you are developing a destination, and what is resilient? Resilient is your ability to withstand from any harm, from any attack, from any pressure and stress from outside. So that is what is called resilient. You are steady enough to maintain yourself from any attack, harm, stress, and pressure. So when it comes to sustainability comes from the root word, which is sustain and maintain. Some people, they're very sustain and maintain in terms of body shape, sustain and maintain is to constantly make yourself the same or better improve from time to time. So that's what is called sustainability. Some students say, Madam, you said that whenever we have to sustain, we have to sustain the same thing. No, we welcome so much improvement of the destination, but at the same time, we need to mitigate and reduce the impact of tourism activities. So that's what it is meant by the resilient and sustainability, according to the theme of the International Summer Course this time around. So if you look into this picture, okay, this is our beautiful picture, and I still remember that this field trip has been conducted in early this year by end of February or March, beginning of March. Okay, so a group of students from University Kuala Lumpur tourism section, we had conducted a field work visit to one of a remote area which is located in one state in Malaysia called Selangor. It's located in Selangor, which is near to Kuala Lumpur, not too far, about 1 hour and a half. Okay, I think it's not too far. So we had conducted the first one of the first field trip after the pandemic travel ban being uplifted, and this is the trip that we went to Sekinchan area in Selangor. It is a remote area, considered remote, even though it is in Selangor, one of the developed country, but it is far away from the urban area. So we made the visit for 3 days, 2 nights, and there are altogether about 40 of us. So we visited Sekinchan to experience the homestay program and the rural tourism activities in Sekinchan area. If you look into this picture, there's one nice guy, okay, the man with the head cover, okay, on the left side, and he's wearing the pink shirt. He is Wak Rahman. We call it Cik Abdul Rahman, Wak Rahman. He is the principal of homestay operators in Sabak Bernam and Sekinchan areas. So we did have talk with Cik Rahman. He did brief us about the contribution of this homestay program. How do they operate? What are the process? What are the challenges that they have went through? And it was a great visit also. And that's one of the words, one of the sentence that Encik Abdul Rahman talked to us that really touched my heart and touched my role as a contributor, which is educator in the tourism field, to expose something to the public that we need to support them, the local community tourism, and we did experience the firefly sanctuary. I heard that we talked about mangrove just now, mangrove area. So here they have mangrove area also, and they have the twinkling area for we call it a firefly sanctuary. They have, and this area is popular because this homestay area is still applying, the Javanese people here. The people inhabiting this area is Javanese people, and it is surrounded by the very green and beautiful paddy field. So people go to this area because to enjoy the paddy field and the local culture, and they have few other attractions like fishing village. They have a firefly sanctuary, and they exposed to tourists about the culture also. Okay, that's something I want to relate with. This my front cover into the last cover of my slide. Okay, all right. So the next slide. Okay, all right. So before I further explain to you, and my intention today is not to give lecture, but I want to give awareness, because I think that all of us here, gather here, we are the people in the education line, and I want us to really aware and really alert and really think about our responsibility and contribution to the tourism field, especially in the post-pandemic era. Okay, so I want to know how many of you think that you really responsible for tourism and your nation. especially tourism in your country. If you think that you are responsible, press 1. If you think that you're not responsible, you just want to go to university to get your cert, you know, I want to just get a degree and then later on I get master degree, I'm PhD holder. So what? So, okay, how many of you think that you are responsible for your nation? Press 1. How many of you think that you're not responsible? Press 2. Can moderator can please observe for me?
Okay, I will. Okay, I will.
How many of you think that you are responsible for for the tourism and your nation, for tourism development and your nation? How many of you? Any respond there? Okay. Okay, I can see the chat here. I receive from Nadia Rana, Kaironiza, 1. Okay. How many of you think that you're not responsible? You just want to get your degree and you just want, for educators, you just go to the universities because you are educator, you are the workers. How many of you think that you are responsible? So I have received, I think many. Okay, many respond. Megat Aiman, Amira. I can mention all the names. Najiba, Leah, Nordalili, Hakimi, and many more coming. So far we haven't received any 2 here. We haven't received any 2. Okay, all right. So I think more than 20 now. We have more than 20. So let's see, you know, whether you really contribute as a tourism educator and people in the university into the industry or not. So in the end, we really look into that. Okay, we really look into that, whether you contribute or you haven't contributed. Okay, thank you so much for the response. Okay, now I have a story to tell about this concept of sustainable tourism in relation to our role in the education line. So all of us now we're sitting, like imagine we are sitting in a hall, like listening to a speaker talking about sustainable tourism. Okay. Now, do you really understand what is the causal factor that have led into the development of sustainable tourism? I know that the next speaker will talk more in depth about that, but I just want to trigger your mind to think, you know, if we really look back into the early inception, you know, the antiquity, the development of tourism, why people travel. By that time, there was no such term called tourism. By that time, people travel because of their basic needs. You know, they travel because of food, they travel because they want food, you know, they travel because of weapon, they need materials for weapon. They travel because they found a holy place, sensitive place, you know, to become a tomb or something that they need to worship. They travel. And then through times, now people travel because of trades, because of the demand of the basic needs. Okay, because of trades. And these traders, you know, have started, you know, have initiated the concept of tourism in which traders travel afar from their place to other countries. And when they travel from outside from their place, you know, back to the basic of understanding of tourism, when they travel afar from their place, definitely they will require inn, shelter, a place. And they will need food. Sometimes they need transportation and hospitality. And people at the place, which the destination that the traders visit, you know, they think in their mind, okay, this is an opportunity for us to develop transportation for money, you know, to develop in for money, because you provide people in shelter for money, you know, you provide people food for money. This is all about the opportunity about food. And when we talk about money, you know, people in the world, when they talk about money, this is the human attitude, not all. Okay, the human attitude, when we talk about money, okay, people becomes greedy, people becomes rude, people become you know, selfish. People tend to compete from one another, you know. So this situation make the destination becomes the victim. You know, you develop in. So what? I will develop resort because I provide better hospitality. So you develop resort. I develop 5-star inn, 5-star hotel accommodation. So people compete from one another. And by that time, there's no contribution to one another. There's no respect, understanding from one another. Not all. Okay, to not all the situation, but this is the situation happen. And if you look into the plans and development of tourism, since the very beginning, our will talk in Malaysia mainly since the very beginning, development of tourism. In the plan since 1972, tourism is promoted in the plan. And the main agenda for tourism is economic. What is economic? It's all about money. No, it's all about money by that time. And more destination and facilities develop through times. Okay, more destination are explored. Tourism becomes segmented from only heritage and leisure to so many segments, wellness, a lot more. And suddenly by the end of 1990s, in the middle 1990s, and in the beginning of 20s, if you look into development of plan, people start to talk about sustainability. People start to talk and insert the element of sustainability. Why? Because of this human attitude and competitiveness in tourism. No? You go to a destination, I just want to develop enclave tourism. No, I just want to develop a resort. I don't care about the local people. So what happened to the local people? I just want to develop a resort. I don't care about the environment. So starting by the early 90s, beginning in millennial era, all the plans around the world start to include and insert the element of sustainability. So what is actually sustainability? Okay, sorry, my slide is not moving. Okay, so what is the meaning, okay, of sustainable tourism? Sustainable tourism is tourism that take full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitor, industry, environment, and host community. So there are always 3 layers, okay? If it is according to GSTC, there are 4 layers: economic, social, environment. Why this happened? Because of our attitude as human. Because of our attitude as human. So this is my sharing for you, okay? All right. So in order to overcome these bad attitudes, okay, so we need this. Can you see the slide moving, Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
Okay. So in order to overcome this bad attitude of human being and competitiveness in tourism, we require this kind of attitude, manner, the core positive moral value. Number 1, we need respect. If we go to indigenous people's side, we need to respect them. Do not insult them so that they feel proud of their place, and then they further grow their place and they further promote. They feel proud. If you go to the beach, you respect the local people. If you bring rubbish, you collect your rubbish. If you drink, you collect your bottles. So there's no bottles down into the rubbish area, into the beach area. Okay, so what else? What are the other core positive value in sustainability? Tolerant, you have to have the sense of tolerance. If people develop something, you have to communicate and you have to tell them, if we develop a resort, we need your contribution as the local people so that they agree. When there's agreement, okay, understanding, I cannot further elaborate everything because this is not a moral class or, I just like to give a clearer picture why we in education line, we need to promote for development and growth of tourism development. We need tolerance, we need understanding. When there's mutual understanding, when people understand each other, there's no conflict. There's no conflict among stakeholders. We agree and we tend to, contribute, assist each other, okay, and support. So that's why we need to support. These are the core moral values. And lastly, we feel that we are responsible. It's about civic. So basically, sustainable tourism is based on the moral or core positive value from us as a human being. If you don't trust in my words here, you go into the tourism policy, tourism plans, you will see this word come as the verb in front, to foster respect among the local people, to, to synergy or to promote understanding among the stakeholders, to promote collaboration among stakeholders. So this is the core positive manners that we have to follow and we have to inculcate and nurture in ourselves in order to promote sustainable tourism. Okay, again. All right, so now I want to give also a picture before we go in depth about the contribution of university in the tourism. Okay, what are the contribution of tourism? So we need to understand why tourism is so important. I believe that many of us in the field of tourism, we really understand, but what is our contribution to support and to make sure all these benefits continuously happen? Number one, many countries, especially us in the developing countries, strongly rely on the tourism revenue. Okay, tourism revenue. And of course, the GDP, one portion of the GDP in the pie chart, if we see almost every year, the parts of the pie chart comes from the tourism activity, meaning it give a lot of money, still under the economic agenda. And some people might belittle or look down into tourism. It's not really important. But I would say, I'll counter this by saying, if you say that tourism is not important, maybe you haven't been into the international airports around the world. If you travel to international airports and you stop by at the airport, you will see how busy is the airport with people running here and there to catch up their flights. Okay, so tourism is about revenue. And number two, tourism supports development and opportunities for more jobs because of the supply chain, value chain of the tourism. When there's a resort, there's a worker. There's a resort, there's a driver, there's a resort, there are so many jobs created from tourism, okay, and it has the effect of creating more jobs, in terms of food and beverage, transportation, destinations. They are all require workers. Number three, tourism is the medium to promote peace. Peace is very important. War is still happening even though we are in the modern era. So by visiting places, we promote understanding, communication. When we start to understand, communicate, we will start to love and understand the people. So tourism is the agent to promote peace. Okay, number four, tourism supports development of a destination and city as the whole. And this one is in relation to planning and development. In University Kuala Lumpur, we are teaching tourism planning and development. So there are so many success stories for tourism planning and development based on planning. When there's a core area developed, we can see in Kuala Lumpur, Malacca, if you see into Hong Kong, Jakarta, when a tourism area developed, it has the effect of sprawling, urban sprawl. Tourism area gives the impact of urban sprawling in which area developed from the core area of tourism. The core area, let's say, for example, in Kuala Lumpur, we have the main area of heritage area. Suddenly, there's sub-core area emerge because of the core area development, and it further sprawl into the peripheral area, which is towards the end becomes the buffer to stop tourism spread into the other places because of the effect of tourism. So tourism has the impact of sprawling in terms of of mapping, in terms of place development. Number four, tourism encourage better development of community civic. From they are not they exposed to international people, like homestay program. Now they are exposed to international people and they have the better civic to better develop the place. And ultimately, the last one, okay, I'm afraid that I'm too much explaining about this. Okay, the last one, ultimately, tourism promotes your country and nation. Okay, so this is very important to to our role in education line, okay, how we can contribute into the tourism growth so that we can continuously get the benefit from tourism. Okay, yet who are responsible for tourism development? Who are responsible? Who are the people that we need to collaborate to? Okay, so these are the stakeholders in tourism that we need to collaborate, and we are part of them. Okay, number one, community. So we are people in the education area line. We have to communicate, we have to collaborate, and we have to work together with them in order to get the upper benefit. Number one is the community. What is stakeholders? Stakeholder is all the people, okay, all the parties that require benefit and have desire towards a destination, kan? To community, they are the frontliner. They always love their place. If it is Cameron Highland, they love the place. They love the terrace. They love the weather, terrace and terrace. You know, they have the if it is tourists, they just focus for satisfaction all the time. They just want to enjoy all the time. You know, I don't care about your place, landslide, flooding. No, I don't care about that. Before this. And then the government role is always to regulate policy, and this is what government also loves sometimes, is to impose tax because it generates income, but it's good for a country. Government impose tax. So one of the main role is to delineate or to focus onto the which direction that tourism development is focused on. And then other tourism organizations we have in Malaysia, in other countries also, we have, you know, airline associations, we have travel agent associations, we have hotel association, we have travel agency associations, a lot of association. Even homestay and kampung stay themselves, we have association. And we are one of the important stakeholder who the main important party to contribute to support the growth of tourism development. We are the university of public training. And as I have been trained in the GSTC, you know, Global Sustainable Tourism Council, during the talk and many times during the training, they have already mentioned, and they frequently mention, that we cannot marginalize, we cannot exclude people in the university because of their dynamic process of learning. So they learn about theory, we'll further discuss about this. Okay, and others, who are the others involved in this development of tourism? Like the mechanical sector, electrical sector, the suppliers, you know, water supply. So these are the people sometimes indirectly involved in tourism. When tourism shut down at a place, they are all impacted. Okay, so I highlight, we are the people at the university. We have important roles to play, you know, to support the growth of tourism. So what are the roles that we should play? Okay. All right. So now this is based on my research. This is based on my research, okay, and my reading also. So I try to adapt. In general, this is the framework, you know, maybe will be further enhanced. This is the framework and code and category that we have to serve in the education line, not only the student, not only the educator or the staff or the lecturers, also from the management side and also from the student side, you know, the learner side. Now, number one is economic initiative, workforce development. So how to support the workforce development. Don't worry, I will explain one by one with few examples, okay? And partnership development. Partnership, what is partnership? Constant collaboration between two parties. And community development, how to make a community becomes better in terms of tourism development, okay? And real estate development, how to further enhance the chances, you know, from only a tourism area popular for heritage site, how to develop a park, how to develop other museum, you know, in the relation to the heritage site area. So policy recommendation, research and development, and business assistant, technology commercialization, and innovation. So let's start with the first one. I have here highlighted 10 roles of university in supporting tourism development. Okay, so the first one is to give education. You know, because this is the tradition. We go to university, read book, you know. I don't know if there is university which don't train the students to read book, you know. Every university in the world, they train the students to read book, read the theory, read what happened from the past. So we in the university, we cannot keep the knowledge with us, you know. We need to share the knowledge, okay? How? We have other strategies, okay? We need to share the knowledge. We learn, we studied, we read from book to the community. Number two, we need to promote the better civic, you know, to promote the better civic. When we talk about civic, you know, by early 1990s, if we look into the condition of destinations in Malaysia, many of the destination in the early 1990s, they are not ready for tourism. And the local people, they have, some of them, they don't really like tourists to come to their place, to promote the better civic. Slowly, because of the government, the government role to promote tourism, slowly they start to accept tourists. And this community-based tourism is not really new, the community, the local activity is not really new. But if we look back, the local people, they always hate to talk about tourism, because tourists, based on the attitude that I've said earlier, tourists have caused to a lot of impact to their place. To promote the better civic is what is your role as a person in your community to work together as a team. So we always need to educate and support, and always to encourage them to work together as a team. And number 3, to show examples. Because we in university, we do a lot of benchmarking and case studies. I believe that we do a lot of case studies and benchmarking, even though in planning, before we start to develop our term of reference, we have to do benchmarking and case studies. We have to learn from other places, we have to learn, let's say, about waterfront. We should learn from Melbourne, we should learn from Toronto, we should learn from Hong Kong, we should learn from Singapore, what have been done and what's still lacking in our country in terms of this development. If it is community-based, what's still lacking in terms of community-based in our country? So we need to expose to them what we have compared and contrast and studied from other places. And also, our role is to strengthen their bonding with the local people, with the other agencies, and also at other agencies, and also the government institution. And number 5, training and empowerment. Training and empowerment. Some educators in Malaysia, they also give training and empowerment. Also, we believe that in UniKL, many of us, we plan for that also. Let's say training for good hospitality or customer relations service, for customer, for homestay program. For one of them that I know in Malaysian practice is educators become the trainer for Muslim-friendly hospitality under the government agencies. So the government agency gonna call people from the university to train the local people how to better serve your customer, how to talk your customer, what is the process you have to go through, what you can do, what you shouldn't do. Okay, and the last one, we give the ideas and recommendation from our knowledge. I think it's always too much to talk that we are people in university have the better knowledge, because they are people in the industry which are so empirical, because they face the real things, in the industry. But we can give ideas and recommendation based on case studies, based on knowledge that we have learned from book, from the theories, from our discussion. So we can give ideas and recommendation. So this one is very basic. This is always our role as an educator, as student, people in the university. Number 2, is my slide moving?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, number 2, our role in the university is always research and development. Okay, research and development. Do research and develop. Research and develop. And the context of the research itself, because of the prefix research. Well, some people search, we do the research, using the same thing, and we do the research. What are the roles that we can play in terms of research and development? Number 1, discovering and revealing scenario. Reveal scenario or characteristic. Let's say, for example, what is the good criteria of a destination image? Because we have certain systematic approach in order to find this characteristic. So we may expose what are the criteria of good satisfaction for tourists, what are the criteria of good destination, placemaking based on theory. This is always our role. Okay, number 2, analysis of statistic from real data. I am sure that you are aware that regardless any type of tourism activities and segmentation, there are always statistic has been revealed and released, but sadly, and during the pandemic, they stopped the barometer. Because there's no arrival for tourists, And then nowadays, Malaysia also already have published the statistic. So from the statistic, we have the analytical critical thinking. So what happened during the pandemic? What is the travel pattern when during the pandemic, into which place that tourists will travel to? And we have the ability to do critical analytical thinking about 10 years statistic. What happened if a country experienced tourist drop? What happened? So this is the lesson that we can analyze and share to the public, to the community and other stakeholders. Number 3, case studies. We always do case studies. This is our favorite, one of our favorite. I think all universities, and this is one of our approach also, and it's very practical and it is effective. Doing case studies like case studies or preliminary studies. It's either you go or you're not going, you still study about other places. Let's say you study about Islamic and halal. You may compare to Turkey, you may compare to Dubai, you may compare to Morocco, Marrakesh. So this is always our process, which is case study, learn from other places. Okay, I remember one of the speakers said yesterday, we always learn from the past. We always make lesson from the past. And then number 4, development of framework and guideline. So this is the role of people when they are doing PhD, masters, sometimes also students at the degree level. We are developing framework. What is the framework? Based on theory, based on theory, we try to figure out what are the good indicator of destination development, destination image, the satisfaction, travel behavior. We find out all the indicators so that it could be learned, it could be used by other agency as the implication for them to make a checklist. To make a checklist. So these are the travel indicators. We have to make sure that we have all these at our destination. And guideline, for example, guideline for waterfront development for tourism activities, we try to regulate guidelines. So this is always the output of research. Number 5, recommendation to mitigate issues and problem. And I think the ultimate, the best contribution of research and development is always publication. Again, we always encourage, my boss also always like, we need to do publication. We have to publish our works to people so that they can refer to our work and we can share this knowledge to the public. And nowadays it's very easy. Everything is accessible online. People can refer to the journals online. So there's so many journals published by the educators. So this is our contribution, and then innovation. Innovation is very interesting in this current era, in this current era, in which innovation is, what is innovation? Innovation is to transfer idea. We are no more talking about something. We transfer the idea into practical to make it real. And what's the purpose of innovation? Innovation is to make something becomes easy, to make something more efficient, time consuming, energy consuming, and to reduce impact, for example, the carbon emission. So this is the one that we really want to reduce. And most of the innovation and most of the time it reduces time. Can you imagine if you travel without Google Map? So nowadays, every one of us, to any place we go, we always, refer and rely into the Google Map. Okay, for example, if you use, what other apps that you use is innovation. Okay, to foster innovation and adoption of technologies. And still in Malaysia, there are many places also, they still not apply the technologies in terms of booking, in terms of review of satisfaction. We have to foster innovation adoption in technologies, create model of framework. This is the role of the government most of the time, and we play the important role also into this framework development, smart tourism. And then today we have virtual tourism. We have DITAM, for virtual tourism, DITAM, DITTAM, which is promoting virtual tourism. They create the festival online so that rather than people go physically into a destination, People go to just virtual festival, just click, you go to like this exhibition hall, you click, you go to the garden. So it's like kind of, innovation for smart tourism. Increase awareness about tourism, promote efficiency about, efficiency about this global warming, how to reduce impact, how to decompose something, how to reduce the impact of materials which is composed into the soil, into the environment. Okay, so how to create materials which is not harmful to the environment and the soil. So these are all innovation. Okay, all right, so now we have come to the pictures. Okay, so the pictures. All right, so these are some of the pictures of our student activity in tourism department, University Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so if you look into the first two pictures on the left side, it was our field trip visit for research and for plan development, actually for plan development. So in Sekinchan, in Selangor, so we have visited and did our research at a few places, Firefly area, Paddy Gallery, this Museum Wat Surgi. If you see the people with head cover, the white head cover, so Wat Surgi, he is the one who owned the museum. So because of his interest and passion, about the antique stuff or things, so he is the one who transferred the whole house, his own house, into a museum. So we come to support and learn from Wat Surgi about the antiques stuff that he has collected. So he spent his money, he invests his money, and he do it for voluntarily. So Wat Surgi, is a pensioner from police. He is, I would say that before this is nothing in the tourism, can do something to contribute something for tourism. Why can't we in the education line contribute something for the tourism? Okay, and the second picture is we have visited the Paddy Gallery, also in Sekinchan, Sabak Bernam, and this is the officers with the officers which is talking to the students. Okay, who is talking to the student? He is the officer from the local authority explaining about the Paddy Gallery. Also, we have the tourist guide inside. So the students are always exposed to the research activities. They have to go on the field rather than voluntary. So we always, almost all subjects, we always encourage and expose students to go to the field and research yourself, feel yourself. Okay, and the second two picture on the left, on the bottom left, okay, on the left side, bottom left, yeah. So this is credit to one of group of students from UniKL. So this is under class Dr. Sharina Osman, or head of section. So they did, they did visit and research to a fishing village, which is not well known, To be honest, my father is coming from this area. I frequently go back to this area, but I had never visited this fishing village. Sad, very sad to say that I had never visited this fishing village. So this is the initiative made by the class under Dr. Sharina to visit this place, to observe. And me also, I didn't aware that many international tourists start to come to this place because of its, blue pincer, or kita panggil udang galah, and it has certain criteria or strength for tourism development activities. They have udang galah, they have floating restaurant, and also they have mangrove area. When there's mangrove, normally if there's pokok berembang, there will be firefly species. So this student, they go to this place to do research. What are the strength of the place? What are the constraints? The local community is not ready yet, and they're not exposed. They haven't been given training. To talk to the tourists. So these people go to do research at this place and to learn about this fishing village in Sungai Timun, Melaka. Okay, Melaka is one of our popular destination besides Penang. Yesterday I heard about Penang, nasi kandar. Okay, and then the second picture on the right side, on the top right side, this is recently happened, and Bu Ilya and Dr. Sharina went with the students to go to Janda Baik Pahang to do field research, and they have train the student into the research approach, in which they have to talk to the local community, they have to do the observation, note taking, and they have to do research and to promote for the better development of the place. So these are all from the different states in Malaysia. The first one is from Selangor, second one is from Malacca. So we have just all together 13 states in Malaysia. We are not too big as compared to Indonesia. The last two pictures on the right side, you will see that we don't only do research, but what is our contribution to tell people that what we have searched. So we always encourage our students to go for exhibition and to do exhibition and to exhibit their works. So that's why we require outputs such as poster, we require outputs such as video, we require outputs such as poster, video, and then YouTube content, because this is our contribution to tell the other people, the other stakeholders, especially the community, to give them awareness. So this is what we have learned. This is what you can get from us, and you could learn from us. No? So this is the picture that our student from University Kuala Lumpur visit to IIUM, which is not too far from us, okay, to IIUM to observe the research work have been done by other students. And perhaps because of this pandemic, we are very limited, to do a lot of activities. We just started, because we are so much restricted under the pandemic travel ban. So we plan in the future that we can organize something like this so that we can expose our works to the public. All right, and this one I'm very proud to share also about this. Is about innovation. Okay, some of our students also involved here today, so I'm very proud to show your work. Amira, maybe I don't show your poster. So we have sent for participation for innovation competition. So ICAT is actually a competition for innovation for tourism organized by University Technology Mara. So University Technology Mara in Perak, okay, organized a competition for tourism innovation. So we did we just encourage all, and then for participation, and I'm proud to say that 3 of them, Amira also got the bronze, I'm not mistaken, Amira and the group. We have 3 participation here, as I show that they have won gold, silver, and bronze. We are very proud to share this because, it's awareness about innovation in which we transfer the knowledge, idea into practical. So maybe I can summarize a bit about this innovation work have been done by I would say our students. Number 1 is Loka Travel. Okay, the gold medal, if you can see on the left side, okay, it is developed by one of our students, Siti Aisyah. Okay, so it's about application development in the handphone. There's so many innovation in the handphone nowadays. We have Traveloka, we have a Sky Scanner, so many innovation. So this Loka or travel apps, it is under a company called Loka, and this company developed an apps, okay, for the user to install and to explore the place at that particular destination. For example, it is Langkawi. So tourists may install and explore the place, and at the same time they expose to the tourists which place is practicing sustainability. Sustainability, and it gives awareness to the people about sustainability. What is sustainability? What you can do at the destination, what you cannot do. And also there's an application inside there's a button or function inside the apps which after you give them awareness, the feel touch, oh, I want to contribute something. Okay, then they give application fundraising. Would you like to donate to us? 10 cents should be okay. 10 ringgit should be okay. 1 million rupiah should be okay. Better for us, So you donate to us. We collect money to return back to the nature. And then they have the gamification function. The more you donate, the more idea you contribute, the more you contribute to our destination. We have a certain level of appreciation. First level, bronze, gold, silver. So we kind of encouragement for the tourists to involve directly into the sustainability approach. And number two is this student is Ahmad Fahmi. So he did design a composer, a solid waste composter. In which we know that the global warming is also impacted by this solid waste. Bahan buangan. So this student tried to design a biocomposter so that the solid waste can be collected, and channeled into the biocomposter and turned into a more valuable and richer to the soil. Which is the fertilizer. So this fertilizer can be used at agricultural farm, and the government also nowadays really encourage the people to do farming at home. Farming at homes, gardening, at many farming areas. So this biocomposter can be used at this area. And then the fertilizer can be used back to fertilize the land. And also the fertilizer can be sold to the tourists. So this is how they propose for the betterment of the place, and it is proposed at one of Herbs Garden in Pago in Johor. It is proposed for the Herbs Garden because of a lot of composition of solid waste. And number 3 is from Ahmad Adnin. And Ahmad Adnin proposed for kayak tour, but underneath the kayak they have the trap for the trash. You promote kayaking tour while you giving she proposed also the element of sustainability. You tell the people what is sustainability, why you should love the environment, why you cannot be arrogant, why you have to understand each other, why you have to contribute. Meanwhile, below there under the kayak they collect the rubbish. So these are the works for innovation from our students to contribute to the nation and to support the development growth and to make things become more efficient. And then the role number 3, I think we have 15 minutes or half an hour more.
Yeah.
I just come to number 3. All right, so the role of university is in the policy making. So I'll try to move faster. Policy making. So why? Because of the dynamic of our role in the university, we learn about theory, we do case studies, we do comparison. So the government effort for policy require multi-stakeholders. It's either you like it or not, it's either you realize or not that the government policy, have been published in the plans. It is under the support of academicians from university. So what are our roles in the university? Helps to make decision, provide enlightenment, and strengthen legitimacy. Legitimacy because we are referring to accredited scholars. So there's no argument about the knowledge, about the theory that we propose to the policy making. So I want to promote also one of our accredited and popular urban planner in Malaysia. He is Dr. Jamil. He's not here in the picture, but this is one of his sharing. And we have in our school Dato TPR Dr. Jamil. He is one of the prominent urban planner and regional planning specifically for tourism in Malaysia. So this Dato Dr. Jamil, including me, Dr. Sharina also, we have sometimes involved in this planning and policy making. Dr. Jamil, he has involved with a lot, I think more than 100 projects for tourism planning and development. He is academician, but he is doing consultancy or research for the government works also. So in Malaysia, for tourism, there are multi-layer concept and levels of policy making. We have from national, we have from the state level, we have from the local, which is the district, and we have from the special area development. Special area is rancangan kawasan khas, special area plan. And we have also another plan which is action plan for tourism. Now they have changed rancangan kawasan khas to action plan. Let's say for example Kundasang in Sabah or area like Kuala Kubu Baru, it has strong it is a honeypot for tourism area and it has a lot of strength for tourism. Then the government see that we have to expedite the tourism development at that particular area, then government will support for rancangan kawasan khas. So our scholars also involved in this policy making. What is policy? Policy is a regulation normally rules and regulation normally imposed by the government, but it is supported and also given advice by the people in the university. And if you see in the right side, these are the pictures shared from our students. Besides, we as an educator, involved directly in the policy making, in the plan, special area plan, national tourism policy, and recently Dato' Dr. Jamil also involved in PTKL, Pelan Tempatan local plan for Kuala Lumpur 2040, and for tourism specifically, how to boost tourism in Kuala Lumpur specifically. And on the right side, this is a beautiful pictures of shared by our student. Besides, we as an educator, as lecturers involved directly in the policy making, we also always encourage our students to go to the field. And in this policy making, our students involved directly into the suggestion and recommendation. So our students, they involved in typing special area plan, to investigate about the place condition, what is the strength of the place, how is the facade, how to improve the facade of the heritage place. So we encourage them to go to the field and to contribute indirectly into the policy making because of their knowledge, the knowledge. And number 4, consultancy. I would say that because it's Malaysian experience, I would say this is one of the most successful story about tourism planning and development, because but they don't offer the program under the for the degree basis. If you want to go for degree basis, let's come with us in tourism section Kuala Lumpur, then you continue to UTM. UTM have tourism planning research group. It is an institution. Which established by 1997 for the postgraduate, to involve in research and applied research for the betterment of community through plans. So they have conducted a lot of research and a lot of successful story in tourism planning. They themselves become the company and they involve the students. They are the agency and they involve the student, and the lecturer become the consultant. One of the popular is Prof. Amran. So they have a lot of works for development of cluster of tourism. They do auditing, revising plan, for tourism. They do ecotourism development. They do revise the waterfront development in Marang. They do Pulau Pangko Island development. They do also give advice on how to better develop the framework for tourist guide training. If you can see, and maybe you can enlarge, zoom in. So these are among their projects. There are a lot of successful story. But I would like to say that we just try, kita merancang, Tuhan menentukan, kan? We plan that it is under the God's will. So there are also some lessons learned from the tourism planning projects under the UTM. All right, so the number 5 is collaboration. So we need to foster and we need to strengthen collaboration. So what is collaboration? Collaboration is occurs through communication we require communication between parties. So whenever we talk about parties, it's always the stakeholders lah. The stakeholders, we need communication, especially with the local people, the travel agencies, all the agencies involved, so that we can achieve understanding and consensus. Consensus when there's no conflict. And these have been mentioned many times in tourism plans around the world, to build consensus among the parties involved. And it's not only to talk, communicate, and to build consensus or understanding, we require partnership, kerjasama, constant partnership. We collaborate and we do constant partnership like we are doing now. I don't know, maybe we have come to partnership stage. Okay, partnership is like we work together constantly, rather than we meet to talk and discuss about an issue. Okay, we go further for partnership. Okay, for partnership. And I want to share these pictures, and this is one of my experience. And also we have a few schools in Malaysia teaching tourism, but we are the one teaching tourism planning and development, and at the postgraduate level it is under the UTM. So this is what I have experienced, as I have been invited into UIA or IIUM. So this is a fantastic work, the contribution of university to the local community. So this project happened early this year. This project, occurred in Muar, one of the suburban area in Johor. I am also from Muar. Okay, so this project happened in Muar. Okay, Muar is now developing for tourism, slowly developing for tourism because of the overspill development of the education hub. So they try to develop and they start to develop plans for tourism. So this is the effort made by IIUM. So they ask the student to go to the field trip, communicate with the local community, with the representative and the stakeholders. Okay, and towards the end of the semester, they organize an exhibition in which they call back all the stakeholders involved. So let's say they divide the students into group. Let's say they have areas of Sarang Buaya in Muar, scary, sounds scary, Sarang Buaya, and then they have the area of Pantai Leka, Leisure Beach, Pantai Leka, okay, and then they have the area of Parit Keroma. There are there are few areas. They divide the student into the few areas. So students have to go to the site, meet the people, and towards the end, I will call back the stakeholders, the local people, local community come together into the exhibition and to do critique of their works. And if you can see in the picture on the bottom left there, this is the local community. This is the local community come to the exhibition. Okay, we expose our works, we contribute into the planning and development of your place. What would you say about us? So this is the collaboration among the university students and the educators with the local communities. And also during this time, they also involve planners from local authority. So planners did also involved and come to give critique of their works. So they have to develop models, they have to expose their work into posters, they have to do magazines, they have to do innovation. So the local authority give the comments, and they also invite me, which is one of the stakeholders from education, and also from some other educators, to do critique of the students' work. It's very challenging, meaning for the student to pass this semester, I think. Okay, and then this one, number 6, is very interesting. Number 6 is about corporate social responsibility. Okay, many of us think that it is one of our KPI. That is like is actually the act of showing company, institution, an ethical concern towards society development and sustainability in terms of environment, economic, and social. Is our ethic, is our awareness, how we can contribute voluntarily to the public, to the community, for the betterment and development and growth of tourism. Okay, so if you see there, it says that interaction with stakeholders is based on volunteer basis. Okay, it's either you want to do it or not. It depends on you. Okay, it depends on you, but it is volunteer basis, no monetary benefit. Okay, for example, engaging in charity work or student-led charity fundraisers during the flood and during this critical time of COVID-19, we may gather fund, we may do fundraising and do donation for the people, volunteering activities, collecting rubbish at the beach or, cleaning up a sanctuary area, for example, and organizing competition. Why we organize competition? It requires some amount of money normally. When we organize something, definitely it requires some amount of money, but we spend for that money, we also organize competitions so that people can gather and contribute to the community in terms of idea. Promoting sustainability, environmental conservation, such as replanting coral and beach cleaning. This just has been done by LADA, Local Authority of Langkawi. I hope that some of you have arrived and landed in Langkawi, which is a very beautiful island of Malaysia, the pearl of Kedah, and giving education and community service. So I will show you a few pictures from our activities. I would say that it cannot be done without a contribution, and helps of our friends as a team in our tourism section. Okay, so this is not only my work, okay, but this is also our friends' work, okay, for community corporate social responsibility. So if you see in the pictures, we have the first one, credit to Madam Asra Zaliza and the team. This is one of the CSR program. We have, we don't have so much as elephant sanctuary. We have very few in Malaysia. Okay, this is one is located in Pahang, the state of Pahang, the East Coast area of Malaysia. So these people, this group, together with Madam Asra, going to Kuala Ganda, which is the elephant sanctuary, to help during just after the pandemic, just after they uplift the travel ban, or I think it's under travel ban movement, but region basis, and they go to this elephant sanctuary to help cleaning up, to do transaction. Transaction is like, transacting is like kind of helping the researchers or the local people with the elephant boo. Okay, congratulations to all these people. You can see the cute elephant behind the pictures, behind them in the picture there. So you help to redevelop, and you help to give encouragement of the people in Kuala Ganda, because zoo, animal sanctuary nowadays really facing critical situation, especially when they know tourists and they don't have fundraising. So they give donation to this place, and it's kind of an encouragement to really sustain and maintain and contribution for this animal and wildlife sanctuary. And on the right side, credit to Dr. Sharina Osman and the team. So I took this picture from Dr. Sharina and the team. So they went through the local community, and during this pandemic, we believe that Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, we are facing through a really hard time, and very least tourists, and the local community, especially to those community-based activity, rely on community-based activity, they don't have enough money, sometimes they need to survive. So this is a team led by Dr. Sharina Osman. So they go to the local community area, and they do fundraising and they do donation for the local people. Okay. And next, some of our CSR contribution to the community. Just after they uplift the travel ban, so we students and people in the tourism start to do activity as usual, revenge tourism. And the first two pictures you can see from the slide, these are the work of our students. Okay, we have been invited, and we are approached by the government institution to become the volunteer for Putrajaya Bridge Night Ride event. So this is an event organized by Putrajaya Holding. So Putrajaya is one of our beautiful city. I hope that if you come to Malaysia, you have the time to visit the beautiful Putrajaya city. It is also a sustainable city, garden city. So this student act here as the volunteer to help as a crew in this event. Okay, it was fantastic. Even though that night, the whole day actually it was raining. You know, it's not too heavy rain, but the whole day is raining, and we have here Miss Norwani together help us as a volunteer, and we have in terms of assisting, giving the medals, you know, arranging things, and then transfer things from one place to another. So just a volunteer basis work. All right. And the two picture on the left side, bottom left. Okay, so I think this is my own contribution as an educator. So I did my my study for my PhD about Islamic tourism. So I did involve directly into this tourism mosque tourism in Malaysia. And in Malaysia, we have many mosques. We have Grand Mosque in Kuala Lumpur, Selangor, which is open to tourists. So I fall in love with this work. Before this, I was collecting my data, and soon after I finished my study, I did involve, and I get certification from them to become their tourist guide. So this is, I think, my involvement because I think I'm from the tourism side. A lot more to discuss about this. This is so wonderful work. It is no monetary benefit, but whenever you have time, you can come to the mosque to become the volunteer. You just give guiding inside the mosque, tell the tourists about the place, about the architecture, not necessarily to give preaching to the tourists, because me, I'm not so good to give preaching to tourists. So I just tell about the development of Kuala Lumpur, areas around, and at the same time, I noticed that I slowly develop my knowledge. You know, I'm spreading knowledge and information to international tourists at the mosque, and it's really wonderful, incredible, fantastic, because every time you meet the different tourists from different countries around the world. So you may learn about their culture. This is how also cultural exchange, knowledge transfer happen. And I think other students can also involve in this work also. Whenever you have time, just go to the mosque 2 or 3 hours per week. You just talk to the tourists. Just tell them what is the place is all about. Okay, what is the history of the place? Let's say Masjid Jami Mosque in the heritage area of Kuala Lumpur. What is on the left side, right side? Okay, how do we practice Islam in Malaysia? How do we do prayer? Sometimes they don't, not necessarily to talk about the religion. Sometimes they ask about your place. Sometimes they ask about your politics. Sometimes they ask about sustainability approach in Malaysia. You just talk, have a leisure talk with the tourists and enjoy meeting them, and then finish, and then go back to work. All right, so on the right side, I have highlighted, these are some of our plans. I would say our plans. I hope that we work together, because we just restart back from the pandemic, you know. So maybe we can go. I have planned for this, replant mangrove trees at Firefly Sanctuary, okay, in Selangor. We need to replant the mangrove trees because of the species of firefly decreasing through times. You know, because of development, and tourists cannot go anymore to the place in the future if there's no mangrove trees, which is pokok berimbang. And beach and destination cleaning during the field trip, we do so much research work. Okay, every semester we go for field trip, and maybe next time we go to the beach, maybe next time we go to like community area. We plan to do destination cleaning. You know, after 2 years they haven't received tourists, maybe we can help them. And poster competition, we organize competition, okay, to promote stakeholders participation from primary school, from secondary school, to give them awareness about the importance of sustainable tourism. Community-based tourism, become the trainer. Maybe we can go to community-based areas, or we can go to place like Langkawi Ecotourism School, so that we can give them training and give the better awareness about sustainability. And I think the last one, which is most beneficial, because nowadays we go viral, everything goes viral. So maybe we can create content to give awareness. Do you know why people still throw rubbish? Do you know why people don't have respect? Because of awareness. So we need to start giving them awareness. All right, so number 7. All right, number 7 is about continuously participating in programs and activities organized by other stakeholders. Okay, when we talk about collaboration, it's not only us to give, but we need to take also. We need to take also. These are some pictures of the organizations, activity organized and promoted by other agencies. If you can see pictures, Explorers of Sabak Bernam. Okay, we can't wait to go to Sabak Bernam in this weekend for this Explorers activity, because it's about activity with the local community, you know, to give us like just a reminiscence, like remembering back our childhood memories, going to the paddy field and catch the fish with our hands, you know, and to do the kite and fly the kite. And these are all the activities that we can't wait to do in this weekend. And they have also organized like a MOTEC, the ministry itself, the agencies organize a lot of campaign, a lot of courses, conferences. We need to participate to continuously support and giving idea to the tourism industry. And the third picture, if you can see there, is a Women Tourist Guide Association. As part of them, I think I feel obliged, you know, to support this kind of activity for the people in the travel agency industry. And then they organize competition with a lot of you know, quizzes, cultural quizzes, games. Many of our students, I'm proud to say that many of our students, they're very energetic, they're very positive to support all these events and activities. Okay. And number 8 is to foster and expand international engagement. So like what we are doing now, and we have few activities such as conferences, program, like mobility program. In UniKL, what is so interesting about us, we have exchange or mobility program, we call it ISAM. So throughout the study program, there's one semester the student can go outside abroad, outside the country, they can do mobility program. Let's say recently we have students doing in Korea, we have students doing in Germany, Turkey, for example. So they may do, you know, engagement with other university. In the same time, our university can make collaboration and you know, communication with other universities. And the things that we are doing now is actually promoting the better growth for the tourism, you know, promoting. We are currently supporting the growth of tourism. So I think we need to give clap, you know, to all of us, because we are now doing for sustainability of the tourism industry. And then number 9, this one is interesting. Number 9 is marketing and promotion. Nowadays, everything is easily accessible. Everything is online. So we in the university, we don't have to travel. Let's say me, I have to travel to Langkawi, I have to travel to Sabah to spread the information and giving education about tourism. We may just do online webinar and courses. And thank you to our boss also, always encourage us to do webinar courses so that we can spread information. It's important to tell people about what we are doing in tourism, why tourism is important, why sustainability is important. So we have serial webinars, and our students also actively sometimes, you know, posting their trips, you know, trips. Sometimes students enjoy when they do field trip, they play as tourists, you know, and they create video content and they post in the YouTube, you know, this kind of promoting the tourism development. And Instagram. So Instagram, so you may also visit us, UBIS Tourism. So these are all the activities, okay? I think it's easy to expose about our activities in the social media, and you know yourself also what is the impact of social media to tourism industry nowadays. It's so much influenced by the social media. And we have Facebook, and also the LinkedIn. Among the professionals, later the students after they graduate, sometimes throughout the study time, they also spread information through the LinkedIn. So these are the accessible platform for the educators to spread information, more knowledge to the public, to the community and other stakeholders. I think to all the people, to public about tourism. And this one. Okay. Number 10 is playing role as the ambassador. Put the soul and roh inside you. Put the soul inside you, you know. Your role in university and institution is not limited to only learning. We are not going to university to just get certificate. We're not going to school to only to get our salary. But you and me should think, speak, and act tourism. So we should become the ambassador. You know, whenever we think, we should put the soul. You know, when we declare ourselves, we are entering the tourism. It's either you like it or not, you have to put the roh, the soul of tourism inside you. You really have to love tourism. I think all people around the world love tourism because they really stress. It really stress is about travel. So you have to have love, passion, and enthusiasm. You know, if you don't like travel, please don't involve in tourism. Okay, and speak word of mouth. Promote awareness. You have to speak. You go to your family, you go to your friends, you have to start speak, you know, to speak. And you have to act. Be the role model, create the character, disseminate information. And here, I have one question to all of you. Okay, in relation to your number one just now, your answer number one. I want to know how many of you using your social media to spread information about destination information. How many of you? Click one. How many of you use your social media, okay, to spread information about destination? Okay. Okay, so many of you, okay, we are receiving more. How many of you use the social media? Regardless, you have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. How many of you post that your activities in the social media? Wow, we have a lot here. Wow, so many one. Okay. Can anyone share briefly, very short information? How do you share your information about the destination you have visited? Or you just post like, this is the picture I have visited, done. No information at all about the place. Do you do that? Do you do that? When you visit a place, try to explain about the place. Try to explain, try to express your experience at the place, what you have experienced, what you like. And I think you should be moderate in terms of telling the negative about the place, because we always try to support the industry. So what have you done to support the tourism? You said one, okay, I support. You just post or you explain about the place. You just post, I have visited this place. Let's say, I have visited Singapore. I have visited, you know, Halong Bay. How many of you explain further about the place? Information about the place. How many of you? Can I see two now? You post the picture and you explain about the picture. Can I see two? Good, okay. Can see two, Dr. Sharina, okay. How many two? You post the picture of the place and you explain about the picture. How many of you? So we are receiving last two. Last two, Mirzan, okay. Okay, not necessarily. It's sometimes, you know, it is related to privacy. I don't want to post because I want just to you know, to protect my privacy. I just want to be humble. It's okay, but this is our mutual responsibility. When you post about a place, try, you know, to give information about the place so that people could learn from you. Okay, so from FIS. Who is F? I evaluate the place I visited with constructive, oh, wow, very good. Constructive criticism. You critique the place you have visited, which is fantastic. Very good. You know, I would like to encourage my last word before I have one more slide, okay? I would encourage you to start using your social media to spread information about the place. And the last one, okay? This is my last slide, and this is the picture of my newspaper writing article in the newspaper, which I said earlier in my front page. I said that I am so touched about the talk given by Wak Rahman. By the talk, you know, I'm so touched we have visited the Wat Rahman homestay, and Wat Rahman told us during the talk, we would like to appreciate your visit because you are the first group visiting us after pandemic. After 2 years time of pandemic, you are the first group to visit us. And I feel so touched that what happened to them, you know, during this pandemic era, how could they generate their income? So I feel so touched. And from that, I start to write my article. I just try to submit to the newspaper and they publish this. And my only intention is, you know, to tell the people out there, you need to support people for tourism, because especially for the place, you know, relying so much the economic generation to tourism, I would say they are dying during the pandemic. Okay, so this is my, I think my very small contribution in the newspaper, giving the awareness to the people. If you come to a destination, what would be your contribution to the destination? Okay, so I cannot read it everything. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope that it somehow touch your heart, you know, to contribute better to the industry later on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Maimuna, for your incredible presentation about university contribution for tourism. Wow, it's very interesting, I think. Mr. Maimuna convey with the full of enthusiasm. Hope Madam Maimuna's spirit can be transmitted to all of us. As Bu Maimuna said, that tourism has a multiplier effect. This effect is very important, I think, for progress for our country. Bu Maimuna also glad with the project that has been done with the student, like a local footprint, if I don't mistake, local footprint, and then solid waste, and then the last about kayak, if I'm not wrong. In addition, Bu Maimuna also focus on 10 rule of the university contribution for tourism. Actually, I'm really interested about GSR program that you have done with your student and in the institution. You have to make a collaboration for this. I think in the future we can share each other how to conduct a GSR program. I think this is very, very important for our university. It's a very insightful session, I think. And then I do believe that all participants can take the knowledge that has been conveyed and it's been presented with Ibu Maimuna Aziz. Maybe is there any question for Bu Maimuna, Madam Maimuna? Or there is a question from Mr. Douglas Bolton, if I'm not mistaken. As a tourism student or professional, we may be tech staffs with educating local community-based tourism or CBT, CBT stakeholders about sustainability. How the best develop for ourselves as educator to transfer the knowledge to the local stakeholders. Is there any tips from you?
Okay, for this, I can't see the question actually, but from what I understood from what you said just now, how we as an educator can contribute to community-based tourism, right?
Yeah.
To community-based tourism areas, we can, in terms of idea, normally we people in the institution, we rigorously, or we always support, and we have the intention also in UniKL to we have a lot of plans to do actually, but I'm scared to talk about this if we don't have so much time. We have classes also, but we have the intention actually. We talked about with Dr. Sharina and our friends, Dr. Anis, Dr. JJ. We try to develop an institution which is Center for Community-Based Tourism. So we hope that we can do a lot more research in terms of what are the best strategies to develop community-based areas, since that we are developing countries and a lot of destinations are still relying on tourism activities. So maybe we can develop the character, we can develop the framework. We people in the industry, actually we have contributed into the policy making. Actually, directly we have contributed, many of us have contributed, but to more focusing into the community-based, we have the intention to develop Institute of Community-Based Tourism, so that we can do a lot more research about community-based, so we can give more ideas, we can have collaborations and direct communication with them. Okay, what else?
I think from Mr. Fiswan, about what is your comment about some companies that impose tourists with higher price when it comes to sustainability? They will make people think that sustainable is hard to practice. From Mr. Fiswan, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, Fizwan, if we talk about the service provider, this is something which is, we are an educator, okay? We can just give insight, we are an educator, we are out of control about this thing, you know, because during this pandemic, harga barang naik, kan? Everywhere talk about the increase of price, value, you know, so we cannot critique them when they increase the price, you know, because of supply prices increase also. But I think this is the role of the government to better promote sustainability, to better give incentive to the service provider so that they can reduce the price, and maybe price control in terms of policy, in terms of price control for these people who keep you know, increasing the price. But to me personally, we cannot really comment about sustainability, especially when it comes to the service provider other than organization, tourism ministry, educators, and the local community. I mean, it is really out of control, but we can provide some ideas and initiative and strategies to control this thing to happen, to continuously happen.
Yeah. Got the point. I thank you, Maimuna. I think the last one is, it's quite same with me. From Mr. John, they want to make a collaboration or maybe like volunteer activities or research. I'm really truly inspired from your story and your methodologies, how to conduct research and what the contribution, what can university done for the tourism. I think this is very quite good. How to maybe you can share like email or maybe yeah.
Sure, you may contact me personally in the chat box. In the chat box, so we can share. So we have future plans, a lot to do, but you know, the constraint is we have classes also, we have assignments and a lot of thing, research. But I think we should, as a person in tourism, you know, we have to really put our soul in the tourism, and we really always to realize that our contribution into to the nation and community is more important rather than what is presented in the certificate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So do I. I think just remember what Mr. Maimuna said: think, speak, and act. Think, speak, and act for our tourism development. Maybe you can give applause for Ibu Maimuna and Ibu Lia for today, for this session, with the applause emoji. Thank you very much. In the chat box. I believe all the participants here can take the knowledge that has been conveyed by Ibu Lia and also with Madam Maimuna. How great today that we have two great speakers. In the beginning, Miss Lia was taught about CMC and conservation in Sedang Biru Village, Malang Regency, Indonesia. She invited all of you to come there, but don't forget to contact her firstly via Instagram. And the second speaker, Ibu Maimuna, tried to build our awareness of tourism. And also in addition, she focused on the university contribution for tourism. I think the session is enough, and after this there's a break, and I give to the Master of Ceremony, Ibu Grace. And thank you very much for Ibu Maimuna.
Thank you for this opportunity. Hope to meet again physically in the future.
Amin.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
Okay. Mbak Grace,
yes,
are you here? Yeah, thank you very much. Time for you, Mbak Grace.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Luhung, and also Dr. Maimuna for the session. I think everybody is very interested to join this session. And now we will have a lunch break for 1 hour until 1 o'clock Indonesian time. But before you leave, just a small reminder, don't forget to fill the registration form that has been distributed by the committee yesterday. This is for administrative purpose. So don't forget to fill the registration form. And we will return in the Zoom room in 1 hour with another session by Pak Aditya and also moderated by Ibu Ulfa about history education and sustainable tourism. Okay. See you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
I want to ask two questions, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, please.
The attendance link will be shared right now or after the second session?
The attendance will be shared after this, before we break. Yeah, the commuter will share attendance.
Okay, and my second query is that can you please share the list of those candidates who haven't registered yet or who haven't submitted or completed their registration? As I have completed my registration, but I need confirmation from your side if I'm completely registered. I have followed the manual book, but still I'm feeling confused that whether I'm completely registered or not. If you don't mind, can you confirm?
For the participants that have been successfully registered, maybe will be announced in our WA group. Have you joined in our group?
Yes, I'm added in the group.
Okay, Zoe, Hassan sent. Maybe after that we will share who is the participant that have successfully to register in our system.
Okay, really, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Ekowisata CMC 3 Warna, tempat belajar menata kehidupan yang lestari. Keseimbangan dan hidup harmonis dengan alam adalah kunci dari kebahagiaan dan keberlanjutan. CMC 3 Warna melalui program ekowisata berbasis masyarakat berinisiatif menciptakan tempat belajar untuk menata kehidupan yang lestari. Sebagai apresiasi pada alam, kami tutup setiap hari Kamis, dan kami juga akan tutup pada hari-hari besar seperti Idul Fitri, Natal, dan Tahun Baru. Kami adalah sekelompok nelayan masyarakat Desa Tambakrejo melakukan gerakan awal di tahun 2005 dengan sepakat untuk mengembalikan fungsi hutan mangrove selama 17 tahun. Hasil kerja kami memulihkan hutan mangrove telah terlihat. Dari penelitian tahun 2016, valuasi ekologi senilai 484 miliar, dan penelitian tahun 2021 didapatkan serapan karbon 3.856,5 ton karbon per 46,3 hektar. Pada tahun 2014, kami memanfaatkan kawasan ini sebagai tempat wisata dan memilih konsep ekowisata. Visi kami sederhana, yaitu hidup sejahtera di alam lestari. Kami berusaha keras menerapkan prinsip ekowisata secara bertahap. Kami akan memeriksa barang bawaan Anda saat masuk dan keluar kawasan, agar kawasan CMC bebas dari sampah plastik dan non-organik lainnya. Sebagai upaya edukasi kepada wisatawan bahwa sampahku adalah tanggung jawabku, nilai ekologis dan sosial menjadi prioritas dibanding nilai ekonomi. Bersama-sama, mari jaga alam kita tetap lestari. Terima kasih. Kami tunggu kedatangan Anda di Ekowisata CMC 3 Warna.
Hello everyone. Hello. I'm so sorry if I disturb your break, because some of you are getting difficult to fill the form of registration. Maybe I will try to promote how to fill the registration form. Is it okay? Hello, all the participants, are you there? Okay, I will direct to open our share screen first. So for the first is I share about the manual book, how to fill off a registration form. And you can follow this instruction. So for the first, you have to open this link, yeah. Selexit.umacit, please open this one. After that, you will get your screen like this one. So you have to fill your email, your email, and input your new password. Yeah. After that, you have to open your email that have you fill at the first stage. Yeah. After that, you have to open your email and activate your account. I will move to my email activation. Share. everyone, after you fill your email and also your password, you have to open your email that have you registered in the first stage, and then you have to click this one, yeah, activate your account. After that, your account will register, and you can fill your email and also password in this one, yeah, in Negeri, this one, yeah, email and also password, and then you can log in. After you log in, you have to fill 4 stage that have you fill complete. For the first is personal details, educational background, and then required document, and also the last one is additional information. Yeah, for the personal details, I will pick this one. You have to fill your given names, your name, nationality, and so on. Yeah. After you fill the end of this form, phone number, you have to submit, and then you move to educational background. This one. It is same, yeah. You have to fill your qualification under your study program, submit. This stage, you have to do this stage until the additional information. Yeah, for the emergency contact, you can fill maybe your sister or your brother or your friend maybe, and you write down your name and also what is relationship with you, maybe your sister or your daughter, or maybe your name, your father, it's okay, and then submit. I think it's too easy to fill this form registration. Is there any question for all the participants, please? Is there any question to fill our registration form? If no, maybe the computer will make some of video regarding the guidance how to fill the form registration, and will be displayed for tomorrow. Yeah, and you can follow this instruction. Thank you.
Halo teman-teman, salam konservasi. Saat ini saya ada di CMC Tiga Warna, tempat konservasi. Di sini tempat konservasi mangrove ya. Tempat konservasi mangrove ini di pantai di Malang Selatan ini luar biasa karena merupakan daerah yang konservasi mangrove-nya luas, sekitar 35 hektar. Ya, ini jenis mangrove mentigi namanya. Ya, kita tahu bahwa pengembangan mangrove itu sebetulnya lebih cepat, tidak lama banget. Sehingga kalau kita mau konservasi mangrove dengan mengandalkan buah mangrove ini, itu sebetulnya sangat memungkinkan untuk kita melakukan penanaman dalam skala luas. Jadi bibit mangrove itu didapatkan dari buah mangrove yang seperti ini yang sudah tua, dia akan jatuh ke pasir ini. Dan saat jatuh, dia menancap seperti ini dan akan tumbuh menjadi bibit. Bibit ini yang akan kita pindahkan ke tempat konservasi sesuai yang kita inginkan, yang mau kita konservasi di tempat yang mana. Selain ada mentigi, ini juga ada mangrove jenis Rhizopora. Jadi kalau jenis Rhizopora dia daunnya lebih lebar ya, daunnya lebih lebar, tetapi prinsip pembibitannya sama. Jadi dari buah mangrove seperti ini yang dia sudah tua, dia akan jatuh, kemudian akan tumbuh seperti ini ya. Dan bibit kecil yang ada di bawahnya ini yang akan kita pindah ke tempat lain. Atau bisa juga kalau ini sudah tua, kemudian kita taruh di polybag tertentu, kemudian kita tancapkan, dia akan juga menjadi bibit yang baik. Selain itu juga ada jenis ini namanya mangrove jenis Buguera. Jadi daunnya agak mirip dengan Rhizopora ya, tetapi dia lebih rimbun gitu ya, lebih rimbun kalau kita lihat. Ada sedikit lancip di ujungnya. Ya, jadi kita mau mengkonservasi kawasan mangrove itu tinggal memilih, mau memilih yang Buguera, Rhizopora atau mentigi. Jadi biasanya teman-teman di area konservasi atau penggiat konservasi itu mencampur antara jenis yang satu dengan jenis yang lain, seperti itu. Kawasan mangrove di tempat ini sebetulnya ini dulu bekasnya tambak ya, bekasnya tambak. Ini karena teman-teman penggiat konservasi itu sangat luar biasa kinerjanya, sehingga walaupun ada yang mati tetap mereka melakukan istilahnya itu penyulaman, sehingga akan muncul ini baru. Karena apa? Saat menjadi tambak kan ada bekas-bekas bahan-bahan kimia yang digunakan di sini. Tapi luar biasanya teman-teman di CMC Tiga Warna tidak lelah-lelahnya melakukan konservasi ini dengan baik, sehingga sampai mencapai luasan hektar yang menurut saya ukurannya sangat luas. Terima kasih. Dan teman-teman semua kalau datang ke sini, teman-teman diharapkan mempunyai sikap yang bagus terhadap lingkungan, karena harus melewati pos 1, kemudian melewati pos 2. Teman-teman akan diperiksa semua barang bawaan yang berupa plastik ya, yang berupa plastik jangan sampai mengotori area lahan di mangrove ini, baik nanti di pantai Celungup ini sampai di pantai Gatra. Nanti setelah teman-teman pulang dari pantai Gatra maupun pantai Celungup ini akan diperiksa kembali ya barang bawaannya yang berupa plastik ataupun kertas yang memungkinkan merusak lingkungan kawasan konservasi ini. Jadi marilah kita bersama-sama menjaga lingkungan ini dengan sebaik-baiknya. Sekali lagi salam konservasi.
Today, I woke up where a bustling city sits in nature's splendor, where a king stands proud and tall. You can really say, sky's the limit. And for every not too far off wonder, every feast to remember, or tranquil escape, it's always magical.
Ya, selamat siang teman-teman. Saat ini kita berada di CMC 3 Warna pada unit pengolahan sampah ya. Sampah yang ada di area Sendang Biru dan CMC 3 Warna serta masyarakat yang ada di Sendang Biru, mereka punya program yang namanya Segoro, Sapu Bersih Segoro. Nah, supaya segoro atau laut itu bisa bersih, maka dia harus bersih dari sampah. Nah, masyarakat punya kegiatan Saburo itu adalah dikomandani sama kelompok ibu-ibu ya. Kelompok ibu-ibu yang saat ini anggotanya 45 ibu-ibu yang mengkondisikan sampahnya di rumahnya masing-masing itu dikumpulkan dengan baik. Kemudian setiap hari Kamis ya, mereka punya kegiatan di CMC 3 Warna ini punya kegiatan kerja bakti, antara lain dengan mengumpulkan sampah yang ada di area CMC ini, termasuk dari rumah tangga yang sudah dikumpulkan dalam program Segoro tadi. Kemudian dikumpulkan di sini. Nah, setelah terkumpul di sini seperti ini, kemudian ini ada inisiator muda ya. Inisiator muda namanya Mas Galih. Nah, dia kemudian akan memasak sampah-sampah tadi di tempat ini. Setelah dimasak, kemudian dicampurkan dengan pasir ya. Dicampurkan dengan pasir, dicetak. Saat ini produksinya yang utama itu mengolah sampah plastik tadi. Jadi karena kita tahu bahwa plastik itu bisa berumur sampai 200 tahun ya di perairan. Kemudian supaya mengurangi itu digunakan batako seperti ini. Mereka menggunakan dua model desain ya. Satunya yang seperti sebelah kiri berbentuk segitiga, yang satunya sebelah kanan berbentuk 4 persegi panjang. Ini kalau saya lihat ini lebih enteng dibandingkan batako yang diproduk di Masal selama ini, karena mereka full menggunakan pasir, sedangkan yang ini itu menggunakan campuran antara pasir dengan plastik. Ya, tujuannya plastik tadi memang mengurangi sampah yang ada di berkeliaran di sekitar laut, supaya ke depan laut kita itu menjadi benar-benar laut biru. Nah, dalam rangka memperingati Hari Lingkungan Hidup, salam bersihan.
Salam sehat semuanya. Ketemu lagi bersama saya Elia. Kali ini masih di Surabaya, kota yang benar-benar memiliki banyak potensi kuliner yang layak untuk dicoba. Nah, seperti kita ketahui, Surabaya merupakan daerah pesisir sehingga banyak sekali kuliner-kuliner yang merupakan hasil laut di sana. Salah satunya yang khas dari Surabaya adalah kupang lontong. Kita tahu kupang merupakan suatu jenis kerang yang oleh masyarakat pesisir digunakan sebagai salah satu kudapan yang layak untuk kita coba. Adapun kondimen yang ada dalam sajian ini adalah kupang, ya. Lalu kemudian juga biasa disajikan dengan kuah, ya, yang dimana bumbunya itu ada petis, ya, menggunakan petis yang merupakan hasil fermentasi ikan. Lalu juga ada lontong. Dan yang gak kalah uniknya ini adalah lento. Lento ini terbuat dari singkong yang sudah digoreng. Nah, biasanya kita akan menikmati kupang lontong ini bersama teman setianya, yaitu adalah sate kerang. Ya. Lalu karena Surabaya ini juga memiliki garis pantai yang sangat panjang, biasanya kalau lagi di pinggir pantai, menikmati alam, menikmati kudapan yang ada juga es degan yang disajikan sebagai minuman segar untuk mengisi hari Anda. Kuliner lain yang cukup legendaris di Surabaya adalah lontong balap. Nah, kalau yang ini isinya adalah toge, ya, terus kemudian disajikan dengan lontong dan tahu yang disiram dengan kuah dan petis juga tentunya yang ada di dalamnya. Tetapi nama ini ternyata unik karena mengandung sebuah cerita. Kenapa dinamakan lontong balap? Pada zaman dulu saat para pedagang itu berangkat untuk menjajakan dagangannya, mereka menggunakan pikulan, dan karena masih cukup penuh sehingga beban yang dibawa itu cukup berat, sehingga mereka cenderung terlihat seperti berlari. Itu sejarah mengapa makanan ini disebut sebagai lontong balap. Bagaimana rasanya? Pasti nggak kalah serunya.
Selamat sore kawan-kawan. Sosial Universitas di Malang. Saat ini kita ada di salah satu lab alam yang dikembangkan oleh jurusan, itu berada di Malang bagian selatan. Nah, untuk lebih jelasnya kita akan melakukan wawancara kepada Prof. Sumarti karena beliau salah satu tim pengembang lab alam. Selamat sore Ibu.
Selamat sore Mas Alfian.
Ya,
Sehat.
Alhamdulillah sehat Ibu. Ya Bu, saya sudah menyiapkan beberapa pertanyaan ini terkait dengan pengembangan laboratorium alam milik jurusan geografi.
Wah, datang-datang semua pertanyaan.
Iya Bu. Ini mumpung kita lagi di lokasinya, hawanya juga sangat mendukung ini sepertinya.
Iya.
Untuk yang pertama Bu, saya ingin bertanya terkait dengan kondisi hutan yang ada di lokasi laboratorium ini.
Ya, terima kasih Mas Alfian atas pertanyaannya. Lab alam yang dikembangkan ini itu sudah dirintis oleh UM bekerja sama dengan Perhutani. Itu sebetulnya sudah sejak tahun 2019 ya. Awalnya itu direncanakan di area sekitar Kondang Merak, kemudian digeser ke area Balai Kambang, dan terakhir yang disepakati bersama itu adalah di area pantai Pesanggerahan ini yang merupakan pantai yang masih alami ini Mas.
Oh ya. Jadi artinya ini sudah langsung cukup lama ya Bu, dari 2019 ya.
Iya.
Kemudian mungkin ini Bu, di sini kan ada potensi juga ya Bu ya, banyak potensinya. Yang mau saya tanyakan terkait dengan di sini adanya sedimentasi. Mungkin Ibu bisa menjelaskan lebih jauh terkait dengan sedimentasi yang ada di sini.
Oke, sebetulnya sebelum masuk ke sedimentasi gitu ya Mas, mohon maaf jawaban saya tadi masih perlu saya kembangkan lagi. Ya, jadi ini kalau kita bicara tentang pantai selatan gitu ya Mas, dalam pengembangan pantai selatan memang se-Jawa Timur itu yang hutan tropisnya masih sangat bagus itu di area Kondang Merak. Makanya itu kalau kemarin itu dikembangkan sebagai pantai komersial untuk ini lab alam kita, itu memang kurang pas di sana sehingga akan digeser ke sini. Coba kalau di sini kita amati Mas, ini masih kelanjutannya yang di pantai Kondang Merak Balai Kambang dan seterusnya ini ya, yang merupakan hutan tropis yang masih alami. Kemudian di sebelah timurnya sana itu merupakan hutan produksi yang dikembangkan oleh Perhutani dan itu untuk penanaman hutan jati. Nah, tapi sayangnya Mas, itu di mana-mana kalau kita memperhatikan ya, di mana-mana itu kadang-kadang ada warga yang kurang bertanggung jawab untuk ikut memiliki tanah ini. Jadi kalau kita lihat di situ sudah mulai ada tanaman budidaya pertanian. Jadi tadi kita temui ya, ada kelapa, ada pisang, kemudian di sana tadi juga sudah ada tanaman kayak kacang, ada jagung, ada ketela. Nah, itu menunjukkan bahwa itu sudah ikut dimiliki gitu ya sama warga yang menurut saya ini tidak sesuai dengan aturan yang ada gitu. Harusnya tidak berada di kawasan Perhutani. Tapi di beberapa tempat kan memang kita temui itu ya Mas ya.
Iya, itu jadi fakta sosialnya seperti itu ya Bu ya. Nah, mungkin selanjutnya terkait dengan lingkungan yang ada di sini. Ini kalau kita lihat kita cukup melihat ada sampah juga ya di sini. Akibat mungkin dampak daripada adanya kegiatan masyarakat di sekitar sini. Menurut Ibu bagaimana Bu terkait dengan
ya? Jadi ini Mas, kalau kita lihat pantai ini itu kan suasananya, ini kita berada di sini jam 2 siang ya Mas ya.
Iya.
Nah, saat jam 2 siang sama kita kesini pagi hari, pagi-pagi itu beda. Kalau jam pagi itu sedimen ini nggak terlalu terlihat luas, hanya sebagian. Jadi airnya masih cukup banyak. Kalau ini airnya yang mengalir muara ini tinggal sedikit aja ya.
Iya.
Nampak sedimennya itu luas ada di situ. Nah, kita banyak di muara-muara sungai kita itu banyak sedimen yang cukup luas seperti itu di sebelah menyebabkan daerah hulunya, dari hulu sungai ini itu menunjukkan bahwa tanda-tanda sudah ada erosi yang tinggi, Mas. Ya, ada erosi yang tinggi. Nah, tidak hanya masalah erosi yang tinggi, Mas. Sungai yang mengalir ke laut, seperti contoh kita sekarang ada di muara pantai Pesanggerahan ini, selain membawa endapan lumpur itu tadi, hasil dari erosi, dia juga kadang-kadang membawa sampah seperti yang kita lihat ini, Mas. Nah, sampahnya ini ada sampah plastik, ada sampah kain-kain, ada sampah mungkin ada yang gampang terdegradasi ya, Mas ya. Tapi kalau kita lihat botol-botol plastik itu tentunya itu memerlukan waktu yang sangat lama untuk terdegradasi. Makanya di dalam kesempatan saat ini saya juga mencoba mengambil sampel air dan sampel sedimen itu, Mas, untuk mencoba saya ukur berapa sih kandungan mikroplastik yang ada di ini. Karena sampah-sampah yang terbawa itu antara lain bentuknya itu tadi, Mas, plastik itu tadi. Ya, Bu, ya. Dan itu akan sangat-sangat berbahaya terhadap lingkungan kita.
Oke, kalau tadi itu kita sudah membahas sedikit tentang lingkungannya. Bagaimana kalau misalkan seandainya ini akan kita kembangkan lagi dengan adanya di sini unik sekali ya. Di sini kalau orang biasanya datang ke pantai itu karena pasir putihnya atau pasir hitamnya yang membentang luas. Nah, di sini ini berbeda dengan tempat lain yang ada di Malang Selatan. Di sini uniknya itu pasirnya pantainya ini adalah berbatu seperti itu, Bu. Nah, ini kira-kira menurut Ibu cocoknya dikembangkan seperti apa sih?
Ya, Mas Ardian pernah nggak ya ke Tulungagung, ke Pantai Klatak?
Wah, belum nih, Bu, sepertinya.
Belum. Nanti berarti kapan-kapan perlu diajak jalan-jalan ke sana ya, Mas Ardian. Nah, kenapa kalau di Tulungagung itu disebut dengan Pantai Klatak? Itu karena pantainya itu kalau kena deburan ombak itu batu-batu itu bergerak sehingga bunyi kelatak. Nah, ini kayaknya kondisinya, Mas, mirip dengan di Pantai Klatak itu. Jadi berupa batu-batuan. Nah, sebetulnya bisa saja kalau misalnya dikembangkan untuk wisata komersial ya, Mas, bisa saja. Tapi kalau menurut hitungan saya ini, Mas, sebagai daya dukung pantai yang untuk pantai komersial biasanya giseknya ini luas. Kalau ini menurut saya kurang luas, Mas. Ya, kurang luas ya. Walaupun ini berbatu-batu nggak apa-apa, itu juga menjadi daya tarik seperti yang di Pantai Klatak yang saya ceritakan tadi. Tetapi ini kurang luas. Nah, kalau sekarang pantai ini dikembangkan sebagai pantai untuk lab alam, sebagai edukasi, itu menurut saya sangat cocok.
Justru malah lebih cocok ya, daripada dikomersialkan.
Ya, jadi semoga memang izin perhutani untuk kita menggunakan ini sebagai lab alam untuk mahasiswa kita geografi ini berlanjut dengan baik, Mas, sehingga kita bisa santai di sini tanpa terganggu oleh pengunjung lain ya. Ini kayaknya kayak pantai kita pribadi ya, teman-teman ya, kayak pantai kita pribadi karena kita di sini bisa
selain merefresh pikiran, kita juga dapat ini ya, Bu ya, ilmu yang baru.
Iya, betul Mas Alfian.
Selain liburan, kita juga tadi ya, kita edukasi.
Jadi kita kalau bersama mahasiswa ke sini gitu, biasanya kan 2 kelas ya, dibimbing oleh 4 dosen. Ya, sekalian kayak ini pantainya sendiri lah, pantainya geografi gitu ya, Mas ya.
Iya. Oke. Kemudian ini, Bu, ada yang satu menarik, ada hal yang menarik, Bu, yang menarik perhatian saya. Kalau kita lihat di seberang sana itu ada gundukan pasir yang mungkin itu bekas ditambang ya, Bu. Menurut Ibu bagaimana, Bu, tentang hal itu?
Iya. Tadi waktu Mas Alfian jalan dari jalan ke sini, itu kan sempat ada di yang terbuka tadi kan kelihatan pasir ya, Mas. Dan pasirnya berkilau-kilau. Nah, kira-kira menurut Mas Alfian kalau itu menandakan apa, Mas?
Itu ini ya, Bu ya, mungkin dia
mengandung apa kira-kira?
Ini besi ya, Bu ya.
Betul. Jadi mengandung pasir besi. Nah, selama ini pasir besi itu memang sangat diminati, Mas, untuk ditambang ya. Selain digunakan untuk bahan bangunan, memang kadang-kadang digunakan kelihatan hitam seperti itu ya Mas ya. Nah, kenapa gundukan tambang itu tadi sampai sekarang masih menumpuk di situ? Ini walaupun penambangan galian C itu kan perlu izin tuh Mas ya. Nah, kalau belum izin dengan baik, itu akan ada konflik antara pemerintah dengan masyarakat yang ada. Nah, itu yang terjadi di sini Pantai Sandar. Jadi masih ada konflik kaitannya dengan tambangan itu. Belum ada izin resmi. Jadi kalau kita misalnya ada di Lumajang bagian selatan tidak ada perak, kan sudah ada izin resmi ya Mas. Makanya tetap itu bisa sana. Nah, sementara ini belum. Tapi nanti ke depan saya tidak tahu seperti apa. Tetapi dengan harapan gitu ya Mas, kita sebagai seorang ahli geografi yang tentunya cinta lingkungan, apalagi kita di sini persis pas ini ya Mas, hari lingkungan dunia. Momennya pas sekali. Jadi gimana supaya pantai ini sampai ke depan jadi pantai yang bisa dinikmati oleh banyak masyarakat dan lingkungannya bersih. Kalau bisa sampah-sampah di sini ini ke depan sudah tidak banyak yang bisa terbawa sampah oleh muara sungai ini Mas. Ya, tentunya kita harus menyadarkan orang-orang yang ada di daerah aliran sungai yang di atas.
Mungkin itu ya bincang-bincang kita dengan Prof. Sumardi. Jadi artinya tadi teman-teman semua bisa mendengarkan penjelasan beliau bagaimana potensi dari laboratorium alam yang dikembangkan oleh jurusan geografi Fakultas Ilmu Sosial. Ini memang dikonsep berbasis lingkungan dan berkelanjutan seperti itu. Nah, harapan kita ke depannya ini bisa dimanfaatkan menjadi satu laboratorium yang menunjang kompetensi dan kapabilitas rekan-rekan mahasiswa semua. Nah, mungkin itu dari saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Prof. Mardi. Saya tutup. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang.
Selamat siang. Terima kasih Mas Alfian. Semoga selalu sehat.
Pada kesempatan hari ini kita berada di kompleks Gunung Api Bromo, di mana Gunung Api Bromo ini terbentuk dari kompleks Tengger, di mana di sebelah kanan saya dapat dilihat ini adalah produk erupsi dari Bromo. Dan di sebelah belakang ini ada Gunung Batok. Di mana di sana juga ada Gunung Bromo, di mana Gunung Bromo ini terakhir erupsi di tahun 2011. Produk erupsi Bromo tersebar luas mulai dari keseluruhan tubuh Gunung Api Bromo. Bagian belakang di sana yang tertinggi itu adalah Gunung Api Semeru, di mana Gunung Api Semeru itu merupakan gunung api tertinggi di Pulau Jawa dengan bentuk stratovolcano atau gunung api yang memiliki cinder cone yang masih komplit. Di belakang saya ini bisa kita lihat dinding kaldera Ngadisari, di mana di sana kalau dilihat ada perbedaan yang mencolok keberadaan vegetasi atau tumbuhan yang ada. Nampak di belakang sangat hijau. Bagian yang sangat hijau itu merupakan lembah sungai. Nah, di mana kalau di sana lembah sungai, maka lembah sungai ini menjadi tempat tumbuhnya vegetasi yang apabila diidentifikasi pada lokasi ini sangat berbeda dengan yang lain. Karakteristik di bagian kaldera Ngadisari itu dicirikan dengan vegetasi rumput-rumputan, bukan merupakan tumbuhan-tumbuhan yang tegaan, tinggi. Material erupsi yang telah lalu nampak pada formasi batuan pada perlapisan di dinding kaldera Ngadisari. Di sana ditunjukkan dengan batuan-batuan yang kuat, masif, kokoh dengan resistensi yang cukup tinggi. Sehingga apabila diperhatikan di Gunung Api Bromo sangat jarang sekali terdapat air tanah atau reservoir. Ini lebih diakibatkan pada jenis batuan yang tidak kedap air. Di sisi yang lain, Gunung Api Bromo di sini dapat kita lihat kenampakan dari Bukit Teletabis. Secara visual atau secara pengamatan, sedikit ada perbedaan antara sisi kaldera Ngadisari dengan Bukit Teletabis, di mana Bukit Teletabis ini dicirikan dengan torean-torean, di mana torean-torean ini kemudian ditempati oleh lembah-lembah sungai yang di sana berakibat pada keberadaan vegetasi yang berbeda pula, nampak lebih hijau. Meskipun kalau kita lihat pada saat ini, di mana kita di sini, ini pada saat musim kemarau. Saat ini kita berada di kaldera lautan pasir yang merupakan lokasi di mana kita bisa menentukan bagaimana material erupsi yang ada di Gunung Api Bromo. Seperti yang nampak di sini, ini merupakan perpaduan antara abu vulkanik gunung api dengan pasir. Ini menempati suatu lokasi yang sangat luas, bukan hanya menarik dari sisi lingkungan fisik saja, namun Gunung Api Bromo ini juga menarik dari lingkungan manusianya, di mana di sini dicirikan dengan suku Tengger atau Tengger Tribes. Sebagaimana di dalam cerita, suku Tengger ini berasal dari Joko Seger dan Roro Anteng, dari Majapahit begitu. Hingga saat ini, sebagian besar penduduk yang bertempat tinggal di Gunung Api Bromo merupakan keturunan dari Joko Seger dan Roro Anteng, yang sebagian besar dari mereka menganut agama Hindu. Gunung Api Bromo memiliki ketinggian 2.329 meter di atas permukaan air laut, di mana gunung api ini dengan penciri utama crater in the crater atau kawah di dalam kawah, di mana kawah yang aktif saat ini, kawah Bromo, itu berada di suatu ancient crater atau kawah purba dari Bromo itu sendiri. Saat ini kita masih berada di kompleks Gunung Api Bromo, tepatnya di Desa Wonokerto, Kecamatan Sukapura, Kabupaten Probolinggo. Di belakang saya nampak ada suatu singkapan. Nah, singkapan di sini ini merupakan produk aliran piroklastik dari Gunung Api Bromo, atau di dalam bahasa ilmiahnya sering dikenal dengan istilah ignimbrite. Seperti yang nampak di belakang, bahwasanya terdapat beberapa kali perlapisan material yang sama atau yang mirip, sehingga di sana bisa kita indikasikan bahwasanya karakteristik erupsi Gunung Api Bromo ini mengalami pengulangan, baik secara materialnya maupun tipe erupsinya, sehingga di suatu lokasi yang cukup luas ini terdapat beberapa variasi material yang sebetulnya itu sangat mencirikan bagaimana setiap periode erupsi itu berbeda-beda. Lokasi ini oleh beberapa ahli geologi disebut sebagai lembah sapi kerep, seperti yang ada di belakang. Di mana di sana terbentuk suatu lembah-lembah yang sangat curam, yang sebagian besar terisi oleh air. Namun pola aliran di sini sifatnya dia adalah intermittent. Artinya ketika musim penghujan di aliran sungainya terdapat air. Namun ketika musim kemarau seperti saat ini dia akan kering. Sebetulnya para ahli geologi maupun ahli kebumian, ahli geografi seperti Penekuk, kemudian Verstappen dan ahli-ahli yang lainnya telah menyebutkan dengan sangat detail bagaimana karakteristik lembah sapi kerep ini. Jadi pada sisi Gunung Api Bromo, karakteristik lembah sapi kerep itu dicirikan dengan penciri vegetasi maupun penciri pola perladangan penduduk yang sudah sangat berbeda dengan di sisi Bromo yang tadi. Di sini banyak sekali kita jumpai tegaan-tegaan bervegetasi, kemudian varian dari tanaman yang dibudidayakan oleh penduduk seperti kol, kemudian bawang, seperti itu.
It's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What? It's a CAKRAWALA.
Malang State University. People say that the world won't orbit around you, 'cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
Ain't nothing in this world, paper just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Just keep on moving, nothing's gonna stop us now. Let's prepare our future, nothing's gonna waste. Let's make our way brighter, gotta let it shine. We'll be up in the sky. Come on, baby, step inside my world. See how now we're turning and won't stop. 'Cause we ain't dreaming, we make it real. It's time to make a change. See you trying to get the number one, but don't forget what you want. Keep your hope high, make every time count. Get that confidence build up and know what you are for. There'll be bumps on your way, 'cause perfection is so quick to bore. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. The art of achieving is when we are learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rising. Just keep on moving, nothing's gonna stop us now. Let's prepare our future, nothing's gonna wait. Let's make our way brighter, gotta let it shine. We'll be up in the sky.
As the world keep moving, people will always keep changing. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along.
Come on, baby, step inside my world. See how now we're turning and won't stop. 'Cause we ain't dreaming, we make it real.
It's time to make a change. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Step inside my world. See how now we're turning and won't stop. 'Cause we ain't dreaming, we make it real. It's time to make a change.
Good afternoon, participants. We will start our next session with the speaker, Bapak Aditya, and also the moderator, Ibu Lutfia. I hope all of you are still energetic and enthusiastic to follow the next session. Before I hand the Zoom to Miss Lutfia, I will introduce her. I will briefly introduce her. So Lutfia Ayundasari will be our moderator today. She is one of the lecturers in our History Department for Faculty of Social Science, Universitas Negeri Malang. She obtained her bachelor degree from Universitas Negeri Malang in the History Education Department, and also obtained her master's degree in Universitas Negeri Surakarta in Solo, where she obtained a master's degree on history education. And Ibu Lutfia is already here with us.
Yes, I'm here with you.
Yes. Okay. So then I will hand over the Zoom to you to start the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grace Laksana, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The session is about to begin. Please be sure to mute your microphone so there will be no noises during this session. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our summer course. Welcome back to the second summer course that held by Universitas Negeri Malang. In the third day, on third session, we will be discussing about the contribution of history education supporting sustainable tourism development. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Respectable teacher of the second summer course, Universitas Negeri Malang, and the honorable speaker, Mr. Aditya Widyadi, PhD, and the honorable all participants of this summer course. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lutfia Indasari, the moderator of the third session. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this session. Our speaker today is Mr. Aditya Widyadi, PhD. He has contributed to the history education and social studies communities since 2006 as a lecturer in history department, Fakultas of Social Science, Universitas Negeri Malang. He researched in the field of history education, social studies, history of Indonesia, and lesson study. He focuses on how to make history in particular and social studies in general as subjects that are interesting and fun to learn while providing real benefits for students. He graduated from undergraduate program in history education from Universitas Negeri Malang in 2005. And then he completed a master's degree program in history education of Universitas Negeri Jakarta in 2010. Finally, he graduated his PhD in education from Victoria University of Wellington in 2021. Okay, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, Mr. Aditya Widyadi will be invited to present the material that entitled The Contribution of History Education Supporting Sustainable Tourism Development. It's about 60 minutes. After that, there will be question and answer session and followed by a conclusion. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Mr. Aditya Widyadi, PhD, to deliver his presentation. The time is yours, Mr. Aditya.
Thank you, Bu Lutfia, for the introduction. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Mabuhay, salam, and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, I will deliver my course about the contribution of history education in sustainable tourism development, especially in the case of Indonesia. First, let me share my screen first. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, Mr. Aditya.
Okay, thank you, Bu Lutfia. Okay, as I said earlier, that my lectures will related about the contribution of history education in supporting sustainable tourism development. Maybe you will ask a question about why. What is the relation between history education and tourism? Well, actually, both of them are very related because tourism, one of the attraction of the tourism is by using its historical background. Right. Okay. So between history and tourism, it's very related, And I will show you some cases about how to use historical background about tourist attraction in Indonesia, and then how to use that historical background to invite it or attract tourists to visit that place. Okay, before I start about the contribution of history education to tourism development, I want to ask you about history itself. Sometimes many students in Indonesia are dislike history. What about you, the present, all the participants here? Do you like history or not? Maybe you can give your answer by writing your answer in the chat box. Do you like history or not? So I can see how many of you that like history, or maybe, oh, Walton, love history, big history not here. Okay, nice. What about the other? Only the class that love history. What about the other? Okay. Thank you, Fatin. Dr. Sarina, also like history. Nice. So many of you, I think, from these three response, say that they love history, but in fact, to be honest, maybe not all of us like history. Some of them are thinking that history is nothing. History is useless, and history give us nothing to us because it's only about the past, not giving anything for us, especially for our future. So thank you very much for your response. So I think some of you are like history, but some of you probably, maybe even you didn't answer in the chat box, maybe you dislike history. Okay, nice. And then the second question is, do you think history is useful or useless? You can also giving your answer by writing in the chat box. Thank you, Catherine. Useless. May I ask you, Catherine, you may unmute yourself, and then why do you think history is useful? Hello, Mary Catherine. Okay, no worries. Her mic is not working, so I want to ask Fatin Nabila. She said that history is useful. Can you tell me why, Fatin, why history is useful? Okay, because we can learn from mistake. Nice. Yeah, sometimes we use history to get a lesson learned, so we are not making the same mistake in the future. That's one of the use of history to ourselves. But sometimes many people say that when you like history and then history is useless because they say that you are failed to move on, so you are still connected to your past. That is why they said that the history is useless. But actually, there are many use of history. One of them that that I will discuss here is about how to use historical background to giving a kind of attraction to the tourism destination. Okay, let me continue my lectures. Do you know what do you think? What is history? What history is? Is there any one of you can give an answer? You can unmute yourself, or maybe you can write down your answer in the chat box. Okay, the simple answer, and then it's okay, pass. Okay, nice. The series of past events. Okay, Dr. Sarina Osman giving the answer that history is the past, and then Fatina Bila is the past story. It looks like these two type of answer is similar, but actually this is a very huge difference between the past and the past story. And anything happened in the past is also related to the past itself. Okay, thank you for your response. Wait. History can be divided into two types of history. The first type is res gestae, and then the second type is rerum gestarum. This is a Latin language. And then for the first type, res gestae, it can simply, we call it as the past itself, the past, as Dr. Osman said. So the res gestae, or the past, is something that has already happened in the past. So that thing has already done it, and it will never be repeated again. So they call it as animal. So this type of history is the past itself, and the past has already gone, and then it will never be repeated again. That we call it as res gestae. But we have to differentiate between the past and history itself, because history actually not res gestae. Res gestae is the past. Meanwhile, history is rerum gestarum. What is rerum gestarum? Rerum gestarum is history as told. History as the story of the past. This is the second answer from Fatin, I think. Okay, so history is the past that let's say that the past that has been told by someone else, so we can understand what happened in the past. But it's only, and it's different between the past and history, because if the past has already gone. Meanwhile, history is kind of the reconstruction of the past. We try to reconstruct again what has already happened in the past by telling the story about what happened in the past. So we call it as history. This is, we can simply say that history is in this type of history, rerum gestarum, because history is a story about the past. When we are reconstruct the past and then we tell it by telling the other by a kind of story, verbally or by writing down the story, it means that we are in this type of history, rerum gestarum. As a story, history as told, so history can repeat itself. I mean, sometimes you may feel that this thing has already happened to me in the past. So, but why this is happened again? So it's kind of let's say history is repeat itself, but actually the past or history never repeat, right? But the story, it can be repeated. I hope you understand these two types of history. So history actually in this type, rerum gestarum, and history as told, we can differentiate as two types again. Or the first one is history as science. So we try to reconstruct the past by using the historical method. It means that we are using history as a science. Meanwhile, there are also the type of history that is not kind of this kind of science story, but it also considered as history as well, especially from the people. So we call it as history as oral tradition. History as oral tradition. Maybe historian will tell history in this type of history as a science, but common people, especially let's say kind of traditional people, will have their own history, and they let's say have their story with their cultural background version. History as oral tradition. And these two type history, history as a science or history as oral tradition, we can use both this type of history to, let's say, attract people to visit tourism destination. So this is why I want to share with you that tourism is very related to history, because we can use history to attract people to visit that tourism destination. Okay, and then what about the use of history? Some of you say that that when you are learning history, so you may not repeat your wrong mistake in the past, so you can learn that you will never that will never happen again to you. Okay, so actually, according to the late Kunto Wijoyo, he was one of prominent historian in Indonesia. He tried to differentiate the use of history into two types. The first type is intrinsic use of history, and then the extrinsic use of history. The intrinsic use of history, let's say about history as a science, history as a way to knowing the past, history as a statement of opinion, and history as a profession for historian. This is the intrinsic use of history according to Kunto Wijoyo. Meanwhile, there are also some extrinsic uses of history. Let's say about history as moral education, history as reasoning education, history as policy education, and history as education for change, and history for future education. And then the last one is, according to Kunto Wijoyo, that history is also as education that teach beauty. In Indonesia, pendidikan untuk keindahan. So by learning history, you can feel or felt amazed when you are visiting historical places, or even you are not visiting that historical places. Let's say that when you are reading history book, and then you felt amazed that, wow, that's what happened in the past. That means that you are in this position. What is it? Kind of, you felt amazed about what happened in the past. Kunto Wijoyo said that type of use of history is pesona perlawatan, or if I can translate it in English, is kind of travel charm, when you are feeling amazed when you are learning history. And this travel charm actually, like you are using a time machine, and then you are visiting the past by using that time machine. So you are actually, when learning history or reading history, you are actually doing time travel by doing time tourism. You are not only visiting other places in this time, but you are also visiting that places in the past. That's why you may felt amazed when learning history. There are one expression that travel is the best education. So this travel, we can do it by, let's say, visiting tourism destination in this time. But when you are visiting that tourism destination, actually you can also not only learn that places, but also you can learn their historical background. So this is the important, or the connection between the history and tourism. The connection between history and tourism. Okay, so they are very related with each other. So when I try to, let's say, connecting between tourism and history, usually we can learn that tourism actually can divide it into two types of tourism. The first one, when we are visiting natural object and natural destination, or we can say like nature. Let's say we are a type of the tourism destination that can in the nature. Let's say about when we are visiting mountains, and then let's say the beach or sea, and then any other places. Meanwhile, when we are visiting tourism destination like tradition, culture, society, people, so we can say we can also visiting that place not only for looking for their natural beauty, but also their culture, the people or their tradition that are different with our own tradition or our own culture. Let's say when we are visiting Bali, so in Bali there are some natural places that very beauty. Let's say about Tanah Lot, and then Gunung Agung, and any other places. So we are learning about their nature, or we are try to enjoy the beauty of the nature. Meanwhile, when we are visiting Bali, we can also learn or enjoy the cultural different. We can learn from their culture that are different from our background culture. So this type of tourism between nature or tradition, actually both of them are also have kind of historical background. The mountain, the beaches, the let's say whatever natural tourism destination must be they must be have kind of historical background, as well as for the people, their society or the tradition, it must be also has a historical background. So when you are let's say working on the tourism field, so you need to to explore the historical background of the tourism destination. And by learning their historical background, actually we can have a lesson learned. We can learn something from the nature. We can learn something from the other people. So so I think that is the connection between tourism, nature, tradition, history, and education. So when we are visiting tourism places, we are not only try to enjoy that places, no, right? But we also can learn something from their historical background, as well as from, let's say, anything about, we can learn that their tradition, their nature is different between compared to our own culture. So I think that is some of the relation between tourism, nature, tradition, history, and education. Okay, and then I will try to show you that every tourism destination, especially in Indonesia or in other country, must have a connection with their historical background, and also we can learn something from that historical background. From this picture, I think you have already known about these mountains. Yesterday, I saw Pak Agung lectures about one of tourism destination in Indonesia. One of them is this mountain. Do you still remember? Hello? Any one of you still remember what this place called? Yeah, right. Nur Rahmandias. Okay, Bromo, correct. Oh, Nadia Rana. Wrong answer, Nadia. Sorry, it's not Merbabu Mountains. It's Mount Bromo, right? Mount Bromo. And in Mount Bromo, probably tomorrow. Yeah, Nadia Rana also answered that this mountain is Semeru. This one is Semeru. This one is Bromo, and this one is Batok. Batok is Javanese word. When we are translated in English, it's mean that coconut shell. Coconut shell. Yeah. Yesterday, Pak Agung has told you about everything about this place, and then before this lecture started, I saw one of video from Pak. That video told you about this these mountains, and when let's say when I have kind of when my friends visiting me, and then or I have college that visit Malang, usually I will take them to these places, and they can enjoy the beauty of this nature, but also they can learn something, especially from the historical background. The historical background, not only historical as science, but also historical history as what is it? Oral tradition. Oral tradition. Okay. This mountain, Mount Bromo, located in East Java, near to Malang. It's only maybe 50 kilometers away from Malang. And then yesterday, Pak Agung has told you about this sign of sea, and then this Penanjakan point of view. This picture was taken in 2013 from Penanjakan point, and then we can see a beautiful scenery from the Penanjakan, and then this is the sign of sea. This is one of the temple in the center of the sea. And then when you are visiting Bromo, you have to use 4x4 vehicle. And then after that, let's say from Penanjakan to the center of the sea, you will need using 4x4 vehicle. And then you can also using motorcycle actually, but it's so slippery. It's not easy to use motorcycle in this center of sea. And then after that, from the parking area, when you are trying to reaching the peak of Bromo, you can take a walk, or you can also riding a horse near to the stairway to heaven, not stairway to heaven, but stairway to the mountains. And yeah, this is a very beautiful place, and so many tourists visiting Bromo at that time. And you can also learn about their tradition. Yesterday, Pak Agung has told you about Yatna Kasada, kind of ritual that they are giving offering to the Mount of Bromo, and by throwing their farm or agricultural product, or even their let's say livestock product, they throw their chicken there. But what about do you think this is kind of throwing garbage to the mountain? No, don't worry. Many people will take this offering. They will bring back home for their fortune. I mean, let's say they will. Let's say when they took kind of chicken or something, so they can use that chicken for food or something. So yeah, it happened in Yatnya Kasada in the 10th month. Kasada means the 10th month of their calendar. The 10th month by using lunar calendar, and Yatnya Kasada in the 14 days. So in the full moon period, from the night to the morning, the ritual. Okay, when we are visiting Bromo, actually this tourism destination called Bromo, and then from the natural attraction, we can visiting the volcano, we can visiting the set of sea. Meanwhile, for the cultural attraction, we can learn about or see the Tenggeris people that different from the many Javanese people or any other people in Indonesia. And then you can also learn about the ritual itself, the Yatna Kasada. But from this natural attraction, from this cultural attraction, we can also learn the history of Bromo itself. Not only from the historical science, but also historical as oral tradition. Maybe tomorrow, Pak Samsul will tell you about this mountain from the from the geographical and geological point of view. Meanwhile, I will tell you about this type point of view, the history and oral tradition. And yesterday, Pak, let's say Pak Agung also told you about one of the oral tradition, actually not from oral tradition, but from a kind of holy book or sacred book that called Tantu Panggelaran. Tantu Panggelaran. This book told us that actually Java Island was unstable at that time. So this island was moving around in the middle of the sea. So the gods in India sent the peak of Himalaya or a fresh mountain at this time. Actually, let's say this is Everest mountain, and then the gods cut that mountain, and then they bring it down to the Java Island by using giant turtle. By using giant turtle, and then they put that peak of mountain to the Java Island. When the turtle in the west Java, in the west part of Java Island, but the island was not stable, still sticking to the west, and then so they told the turtle to moving around the Java to the east part of Java. During this course, so many part of this mountain was falling down, and then became the mountains in Java, and the last part of that mountain is became the Semeru mountain, the highest mountain in Java, 369 or something like this, I don't know, let's say 3.7 meter above the sea level. That from the Tantu Panggelaran point of view, this is a sacred book from ancient Java. Yeah, this is the Tantu Panggelaran version. Do you believe in that? It's up to you, but that's what has been told from the Tantu Panggelaran. And then probably you may not believe about that, but some of people in Indonesia are still believe that this is one of the sacred mountains in Java, because this is coming from the Meru or the Everest in India, because you know that Hindu coming from India, right? And then probably maybe Pak Samsul will not believe about that version of from the Tantu Panggelaran, because actually this two type. There was a kind of two type of volcano. I mean, this one is Semeru, and this was there was a kind of Tengger. Actually, Tengger was higher than Semeru, but when 1,000 years ago they were erupted, and then it's falling down, and then there is only the crater, the volcano itself, and the sea of sand. Yeah, that's coming from Tantu Panggelaran, or probably from the let's say this is as historical perspective, geohistory perspective. So history as a science, and Tantu Panggelaran is coming from oral tradition. Meanwhile, you may know about the oral tradition about Roro Anteng and Joko Sengger, Tenggeris people name coming from their ancestor, that we call them as Roro Anteng and Joko Sengger. So coming from this word Teng and Ger. So this is Roro Anteng and this is Joko Sengger. Actually, Roro Anteng was a descendant of Javanese, let's say Majapahit, the last Hindu kingdom in Indonesia or in Java, the Majapahit. So when Islam coming down in Java from in the north part of Java Island. So the Hindu Javanese people that didn't want to convert to Islam, they are evacuate themselves to remote area in Tengger Mountain right now. So Roro Anteng itself is coming, the Roro Anteng actually one of the descendants from the Majapahit kingdom, and then Joko Seger is only commoners in Tengger, but they are falling in love in each other. But so Roro Anteng is very beautiful woman. So many people, many young men try to marry her, try to propose her, but Roro Anteng always refused them because she falling in love to Joko Seger. And one of the men that tried to propose her was a kind of a giant, and then actually Roro Anteng of course refused that proposal, but of course she can say no instead because the giant will angry. So she tried to give him opportunity, but by giving him impossible condition, impossible mission. She want him to make a sea in the peak of the mountain. So this giant actually accept that condition. So he tried to dig the mountain by using batok or coconut shell. So that's what is it? Because the giant almost success. So Roro Anteng tried to let's say dig the rice mortar. So the roosters wake up and then make a noise or cook a doodle do or kukuruyuk in Indonesia. That the sign that morning has come. So the giant got angry and then he threw the coconut shell, and this coconut shell has become the Mount of Batok. So actually the land of sea is because that giant was digging the mountains. Meanwhile, Batok is the tool to digging the mountains. That the one version of the how these mountains or Mount Bromo created. So in short, based on that oral tradition, this mountain was created only in overnight or in one night. So it's only created in one night. So it's magical situation actually, right? Okay. After that, the Roro Anteng and Joko Seger married, but when they are married after many years, they have no offspring, and then they try to meditate or doing meditation in the Mount Bromo, and then she got vision from Brahma, the god of Brahma, that okay, I will give you offspring, I will give you 25 children in one condition. You have to sacrifice your first children or first son when I ask you to doing so. And then because they are eager to have children or offspring, so she agreed with that condition. So they have 25 children, and then after they live happily for a long time, and then Brahma asked Roro Anteng to fulfill her promise to sacrifice her son Raden Kusuma. And then at first, of course, she will sad because, oh no, this is my beloved son, and then my first son, I don't want to lose him. But because Raden Kusuma understand what has already happened, and because if he is not sacrificed, so there will be calamity in that place. The Bromo will have eruption, and then all the people in Tengger will praise So voluntarily, Raden Kusuma jumped to the volcano and then sacrificed himself. So that the history behind the Mount Bromo from the oral tradition point of view. And this story, we can tell this story to the visitor or tourists that visit Bromo, and usually they will felt amazed about this story. And then not only about the story, we can have education point of view that we can we can have lesson learned from that story, right? What do you think? What kind of lesson learned that you got from that type of story? Is there any one of you can answer my question? Do you think you will have a lesson learned from that oral tradition version? Is there any one of you want to respond? Nope. Right. Thank you, Fatin. When you have a promise, you need to do as you say. That's right. That's correct. And you have to fulfill your promise, right? And then maybe you can also learn something else from that story, probably. Thank you, Fatin, for your answer. Yes, I think that is the biggest lesson learned from that story. When we have a promise, we have to fulfill it, right? Okay, probably I have to continue. And let's say, what about this place? Do you know about this place? Any one of you in Filipina probably know this place, or in Malaysia? Probably for Indonesian participant has already know about this place. What about you that coming from outside Indonesia? Is there any one of you can answer my question? Do you know the name of this place? Fatin? Hilwa Milinia. Are you Indonesian, Hilwa, or Malaysian? Okay, no worries. That's correct. That's correct answer from Hilwa Milinia. It's called Candi Prambanan. Yeah, Candi Prambanan, or Japanese people also say that. Oh, Indonesian. Okay. This is Roro Jonggrang Temple. Roro Jonggrang Temple. So if Bromo is a kind of natural attraction, meanwhile Candi Prambanan or Prambanan Temple or Roro Jonggrang Temple is type of cultural attraction, right? So this temple located in between Central Java and Yogyakarta, and then so it is located in the middle of Java, right? And do you know how long this temple was created? How long this temple was created? How long this temple was created? Hilwa, do you know about the story about Roro Jonggrang or Candi Prambanan? How long this temple was created? Right, Ramandias. Just like Mount Bromo that was created only for one night, overnight. So this temple belief also was created only overnight. Do you believe it or not? It's up to you. But that's what many Japanese people believe, that this temple was created only a night. That based on the story of Roro Jonggrang. This is Roro Jonggrang, or you can see my background. This is also a type of Durga Maisa Suramardini, or in Japanese people they call her as Roro Jonggrang. And so this tourist destination called Prambanan Temple, and this is has no natural attraction. So the this is the type of tourism destination that has cultural attraction, and of course it has historical background as history as a science, or even the history as oral tradition. As history as a science, this temple was not built in overnight actually, but many years. It was built in 19th century after Christ, and then it was built by Sanjaya dynasty, or from the Rakai Pikatan, the king of Rakai Pikatan, King Rakai Pikatan. His name was Rakai Pikatan, if I'm not mistaken. So that the historical background, and but many Japanese people believe that the truth is not in this version, but from the oral tradition version, that this temple was created only one night. So let's say in the nutshell that there was there are two kingdoms, the kingdom of Pengging and then the kingdom of Prambanan, but there were war. There was a war between two kingdoms, and then the king of Prambanan was killed, and then the victor was the king of Pengging. The name of the king in Pengging was Bandung Bondowoso. Bandung Bondowoso. He is Bandung Bondowoso. He was the victor, and then he tried to marry the daughter of King Prambanan. But of course, Roro Jonggrang actually refused that proposal, but because he was forced daily, and then okay, I will give you, okay, I will marry you, but in one condition, just like Roro Anteng said to the giant in the Tengger. Roro Anteng, sorry. Roro Jonggrang, okay, I will marry you in one condition, that you will build me 1,000 temple. You have to build me 1,000 temple. Of course, in only one night. It's very impossible, right? The mission impossible in only one night. But because Bandung Bondowoso has magical power, so he agreed with that condition. And then because he has magical power, he asked the genie, and then many jinn or something like that to build that temples. And then he almost fulfilled that condition. And then but Roro Jonggrang also doing a trick that almost similar with Roro Anteng. So they dig the rice mortar, so the rooster wake up and said cock-a-doodle-doo, kukuruyuk. It means that it has already morning, and so it means that Bandung Bondowoso failed to build 10,000 temple in only one night. But because Bandung Bondowoso got angry, so he cursed Roro Jonggrang to become one of the temple, became the largest temple, became the last temple, or the 1,000 temple, the last 1,000 temple. So Roro Jonggrang became, one of the statue in the largest temple, or the Siwa temple, in the north side of the chamber. Well, that the oral tradition version of the Prambanan. So in Indonesia, many temple. So we can temple tourism. This morning, Miss Aziz has told you about mosque tourism in Malaysia. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, we have also mosque tourism, but we can have also temple tourism, right? Because we have so many Buddhist or Hinduist temple in Indonesia. And Prambanan or Roro Jonggrang temple actually one of the largest Hindu temple in Indonesia, especially in Java. And And Roro Jonggrang, one of the statue in the Roro Jonggrang temple, also the most beautiful statue in Indonesia, because actually the that was it. Roro Jonggrang is only oral tradition, right? It's oral tradition, but actually coming from the what is it? The type of Javanese temple in Indonesia, all the Javanese temple or all the Hinduist temple in Java actually has one common. So in the north part of the chamber always consists of Roro Jonggrang or Durga Maisa Suramardini. As you can see behind me, it's also Durga Maisa Suramardini. And Durga actually the Siwa, or sorry, the Sakti of Siwa, or the wife of Siwa. Maisa Suramardini. She ride Maisa or buffalo, and then she pull off the, what is it, the evil, the devil, the Asura devil that make the buffalo angry. So to calm down the buffalo, Durga pull off the Asura from the inside of the buffalo. So yeah, all the Hindu temple in Java, Durga always in the north side, and then the south side of the chamber always consists of the statue of Resi Agastya or Siva Maguru. And then the main chamber, it can be in the east part or the west part, always consists of the representation of the gods. It can be Siva, or in Prambanan as Trimurti, as the three gods that become one god. And then the opposite, it can be in the west or in the east, is the statue of Ganesha, a man or a god with human body but with face of elephant. Yeah, so that's okay. What about the lesson learned about Roro Jonggrang? What kind of lesson learned that you got from this type of story? Fatin, thank you. When you want something, you need to work hard for it. Okay, nice. You have to build the temple, right? Or probably when you love somebody, if you are a boy and then you fall in love with the girl, maybe you have to work hard to propose her, right? And actually, the lesson learned also similar with the previous story about Roro Jonggrang, Roro Anteng. That when you have promise, you have to fulfill it, right? And probably for Fatin, let's say that if a boy proposed you, you have, let's say, you do not make a promise that probably they can fulfill it. So yeah, it's similar between Roro Jonggrang and Roro Anteng. Okay, we move to the next tourism destination in Indonesia. Do you know this place? This month? What is the name of this month? This mountain is located in West Java, and let me, because I have limited time. So that mount called Tangkuban Perahu, Mount Tangkuban Perahu, located in Bandung, West Java, and this view is if you are looking at the mountain from the Bandung city. So from the Bandung point of view, from the Bandung city point of view, these mountains looks like a boat that, let's say, upside down, falling down, upside down, and then Yeah. So based on the oral tradition, this mountain was related to the story of Sangkuriang. Sangkuriang, right? Sangkuriang. So this is based on the oral tradition, of course. And basically, the Sangkuriang story is related to her mother. Her name was what's the name? Can you remind me the mother of Sangkuriang? I forgot. I forget her name. Yeah. Right. Thank you, Nuraman. Dayang Sumbi. Dayang Sumbi. Dayang Sumbi was the mother of Sangkuriang. So when Dayang Sumbi is still a girl, and then she loved to knitting, and then once upon a time her knitting tool was falling down, and then because she is lazy to take that knitting tool, so she made a word or kind of promise: whoever who can take that knitting tool, if she is a girl, she will become my sister. If he is a boy, I will marry him. But suddenly the one who took the knitting tool, not a man nor a girl, but a dog, her dog. And her dog was named, Nurrahman. Can you remind me, Nurrahman? The dog name was, I forgot. No, well, yeah, I forgot its name. So the dog actually not an ordinary dog. It was kind of a god that cursed to be a dog. Because what is it? Dayang Sumbi has made a promise, so they married. So she married a dog, and then after that, Sangkuriang was born. Sangkuriang was born, and when Sangkuriang grew older, and her mother asked Sangkuriang to hunting a deer, but because
I did 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes left. Okay, thank you. Because he failed to find a deer, and then he killed the dogs, and then gave the heart of the dog to his mom, and then they cook it and they eat it. But when her mom looking for where is the dog, and then Sangkuriang said, "Oh, I killed him, and we have eat it." So her mom was angry and what is it? Hit Sangkuriang head, and then so it's marked. There are scars marks in Sangkuriang head. So, and then in the nutshell, so Sangkuriang growing old and growing older, and then became a handsome boy. Meanwhile, Dayang Sumbi still, let's say, stay young, and then they fall in love in each other. They almost married after, but Dayang Sumbi found that Sangkuriang has a scars in his head, so she remembered that Sangkuriang was his son. So she tried to make mission impossible to the Sangkuriang to make a dam, make a pond, and also a boat. But Dayang Sumbi tried to make his effort to fail. So it's almost the same with Roro Jonggrang and Roro Anteng that hit the rice mortar. So the chicken at the rooster was cooked dulu, kukuruyuk. So Sangkuriang was failed, and then he got angry and then kicked the boat, and the boat became the mound of Tangkuban Perahu. And also we have one other destination in Sumatra. It's called Batu Malin Kundang. Batu Malin Kundang. This is based on the oral tradition that this stone was coming from a boy that he was cursed by his mom because he was refusing to acknowledge that she is his real mom, because he has already become a wealthy man. Meanwhile, his mom still a poor woman. So his mom cursed him as a stone. So we call it as Malin Kundang stone. The lesson learned, maybe you have to, if you are become a successful man, you have to, let's say, not leaving your parent, especially your mom. Okay, the last tourism destination, maybe I still have some minutes left. What about this place? Do you recognize this place? This is a museum in our university, Universitas Negeri Malang. And of course, this is different with Mount Bromo, Roro Jonggrang Temple that was built in one night. But this building, this museum was not built in one night. No, it was built in 4 years, from 2014, the conception, and then it was opened in 2018. Okay, basically this building was the oldest building in our university. It was built in 1960 when we are moving to this place, this area, as IKIP or Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Yeah, and different with let's say previous tourism destination that I have mentioned. This museum, of course, not consists any oral tradition, right? It's only consists of history version of our university, how this university, Universitas Negeri Malang, was built, and then how the course of this university years by years. You can see about the metamorphosis of this university from PTPG to IKIP and then to in 1998. And then there are also many collections related to this university, let's say the learning media that we have used in past time, and then some of honorable scholars from this university. But maybe this is the last part of my lectures. I try to show you about the impact of COVID-19 situation to this museum, because when it was open in 2018, actually it was open daily, and then the amount of the visitor was quite good enough. Let's say from 18 October 2018 when it was open, about 30 visitor, and then we can see the number of the visitor in that year in 2018. Unfortunately, in 2020, when COVID-19 came to Indonesia, so this museum was closed for a long time. Maybe it can still be open, but in one condition, that the visitor only internal visitor, and then of course by made the promise first, not the regular visitor or outsider visitor. And 2021, we can see for a long time this museum has no visitor at all, and for almost 9 months. And then after 2021, the visitor raised again, but not so many compared to 2018. 2018 and 2019. And this year as well, in 2022, actually this museum has opened daily, but unfortunately the visitor not so many compared to previous years before the COVID-19 situation. So I think the conclusion of as the last part of my lectures is that every tourist destination must have a historical background, right? Both as a natural tourism site or cultural tourism site, they must have a historical background. So based on historical background, both scientifically or oral tradition or cultural background, we can use that background to, let's say, attract tourists to visit that place. So they not only can enjoy the beauty of that place, but also they can learn something from their historical background and from cultural background, as well as they can learn something from that history. I think that's all for my presentation today. I give it back to the moderator, Lutfia.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Aditya Widyadi, for giving such informative and interesting presentation, especially about many places in Indonesia, complete with the story that accompanied it. So far, we often hear that history is ancient and uninteresting, but through Mr. Adit's explanation, we know that history is beneficial for tourism sustainability. Maybe there are many questions such as what potential can we take advantage of, what the type of history that can attract tourists, and how do we package history so it can be useful for tourism. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. I would like to have 3 questions from the participant. Please, you can raise hand or put your question in chat room.
Let me respond to the comment from Nadia Rana. Yes, is it true that the dog name was Tumang? Thank you. And then Amira said that Malin Kundang also famous sinetron in Malaysia. Oh, all right. Hi. Okay. Maybe probably between Malaysia, especially between Malaysia and Sumatra, almost similar. What is it? Similar background, right? The cultural Malay in Malaysia or in Sumatra has similar cultural background. Yep, but we call it Sitanggang. Sitanggang mean Malin Kundang, Fatin?
Okay.
Okay. Tunggang is Malin Kundang. Okay. In Malaysian version, Malin Kundang is Tunggang. I learned something from you, Fatin. Thank you very much. Okay. Malaysian version. Thank you, Dr. Sarina. Okay. Is there any question from you?
Okay, while waiting for the participant question, I will ask a question. Can Mr. Adit provide an overview of what historical tourism is interested in the screen generation, whereas they are more interested in playing games or other virtual activities?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, and I can answer that your question. Probably before I answer the question, Bu Lutfia, there is one question from Adnin Samsul from Malaysia, I think. If we want to explore, how many days can you suggest? Wow. Yesterday was Pak Agung said that to explore Malang only, probably you will need 2 months, and probably that 2 months is not enough to visit Malang only. Let's say if you want to visit from Bromo and then Roro Jonggrang Temple and then to Bandung and then to Sumatra in Malin Kundang statue, probably you need to spend your time not only in days but in 1 year probably, so you can become Indonesian, Samsul. Yeah, Samsul, I remember yesterday that you are asking Pak Agung about dark tourism, right? Is that you that asked about dark tourism, admin Samsul? Okay, for 1 year, nice.
Yes, that
I
was me.
remember. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. Okay. Actually, there are many dark tourism places in Indonesia, Samsul. Let's say in north part of Malang, we have Sidoarjo, and in Sidoarjo we have let's say natural disaster because of the fail to to dig the natural gas, and then there was an accident, and then so there was a flood of mud. So many houses, or not only houses, but some villages was there was a mud of flooding in that place. So many people have to evacuate from that place. And this site, this Lumpur Sidoarjo site, or Lapindo mud flood site, some people are visiting that place, and then you can see how the different before the flood happened, and then after the flood happened. And also in Yogyakarta, maybe tomorrow Pak Samsul can also tell you about the eruption of Merapi volcano. There are also, what is it, Pak Samsul, in the Yogyakarta museum, volcano museum. So there was a village that was destroyed by Mount Merapi eruption in 2000, and I don't know, I forget, 11 or something. And then so there are so many let's say many abandoned houses, and then you can visit that houses. Let's say about you can see what is it, a watch in what is it, dinding, what is it, dinding, in the house, and then it so what time the eruption was happened, because that clock was stopped at that time. So it was in Mount Merapi. So many dark tourism sites in Indonesia actually, admin. Okay, I think that my answer to admin Samsul.
Another answer from Fatin Nabila, Mr. Adit. How you preserve
Okay.
or tell history to people, even many people interest of it, which can cause it to disappear?
Yeah, that's true, Fatin. Not many people like history or interest in history, because let's say sometimes I use a joke, because so many joke that you can use about historical past. Not so it's not let's say that we not only tell about the real past, because the real past sometimes also boring. But if we tell, let's say, my student about another version of history from oral tradition version, it is more interesting than the common history, or let's say normal history. Yeah, I think that one of the way to make another people interest to history. And also some of our colleges in Universitas Negeri Malang, let's say also Bu Lutfia itself, she is a media expert. So sometimes Bu Lutfia made learning media that can let's say made history not only from book version, but also she can make a story from, let's say, many other versions. We are in the I'm right now in the history laboratory actually, and then we can use some of the, let's say, in that place. That place is kind of the miniature of the temple in let's say Penataran temple, and we can use that type of media to make or tell history more interested than using only by verbal story. That's some ways that we can use to make another people interest in history. That I think my answer to Fatin.
Next question. Do you do tours, sir? Are you
Yeah. Okay, next question. To be honest, no. If let's say I have a travel agent, no, I don't have it, and then I didn't guide people to visit tourism places, no. But sometimes if I have friend visiting me, usually I took them, let's say, to visit, and then to visit, what is it, Mount Bromo, and then of course I will tell them the story or the oral tradition behind Bromo, but I do it not kind of what is it, to make money, to make advantage, no. But some of my students, yes, some of my students became, what is it, tour guide, and not even become tour guide, they also have travel agency, right? Yeah, and they by make this type of travel agency, and then they became rich by doing so. And sometimes we are using their service, right, when we are visiting historical places, and then we are rent the that their travel to guide us to and to arrange the travel in Java usually. Yeah. So Catherine, I'm not doing tour guides, Catherine. But if you are visiting Malang, of course I will guide you to visit Malang, Catherine. Please tell me when you are visiting Malang, I will get you to visit Mount Bromo at least. Okay.
I think last question from Fatin Nabila. Any local people or local authority involved in preserving the history itself, and who others involved in that? The last question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, actually, yes, Fatin Nabila. Yeah. Many local people also, let's say, preserving their local history by themselves, and then let's say in one of the island in Indonesia, I can told you as an example is in Lombok. In Lombok Island, there are some what is it, traditional villages that they also use it, that villages as, let's say, tourism destination. So when you are visiting that village, the villager itself will accept you, and then they will giving you traditional dances, and then they will show you how they live in that village. Yeah. So, and then they also tell their historical version of their village. Yeah. So local people must be involved in the preserving their history, and the local authority itself, of course, they are doing their job to, let's say, preserving the history by what is it, made a kind of historical research to preserve the history from the local people version of their past. And then, yeah, I think my answer for Fatih Nabila. Meanwhile, there are also a comment from Miss Sarina Osman, Dr. Sarina Osman. Historical based tourism require storytelling, yeah, to make the trip interesting. Otherwise, visitor will not enjoy the place. Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Miss Sarina Osman. Because if visitors or tourists only visiting, let's say, natural tourism places, and then they have no story or history behind that places, maybe they only doing selfie right in that place, and they got they get no any information, or they get no any beneficial information about the history of that places. So history is the important thing, I think, to support the tourism to be able to sustain. Yeah, Catherine, thank you. Okay, I will be waiting for you, Catherine, to visiting Malang.
Okay, I think time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this session. Before I close the session, I would like to take conclusion from what the speaker has presented. History has two uses, namely intrinsic and extrinsic. Tourism in history, including visit nature, mountain, such as mountain, beach, and then tradition, cultural, society, people with their historical background. And there are many places in Indonesia that can utilize as historical tourism site, such as Bromo, Tangkuban Perahu, Prambanan, Malin Beach, and etc. Hopefully, all of you can visit Indonesian historical tourism site. Okay, I would like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, and all the participants for the very active participation. Finally, give the applause for the speaker and for you all. Okay, don't forget to rejoin tomorrow morning in 4 day. We will be held a virtual tour in the 4th day. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Aditya Widyadi and all of the participants.
Thank you. I'll be waiting you all in Indonesia, and will visiting tourism destination near Malang, I think. Thank you.
All that matters, leave me. Deja